Good evening. It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you very much, Don. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores. Welcome everyone who's in the chambers this evening, all members of the committee and everyone watching us by the live stream this evening. We're glad that everyone is with us. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and Councillor Davinsky has that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledge the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing, along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you. Third item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. I'll ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you could do that anytime if you need to. Item 4 is additions, deletions, or amendments. We don't have any of those. So that moves us on to open forum. And we do have 4 open forum requests this evening. Just remind everyone who's making an open forum presentation tonight that council's allotted 3 minutes for each of our open forum presentations. And so if you hit the 3-minute mark, I will chime in and ask you to wrap it up. But to begin, we'll start with our first open forum request, which is from Mr. Charles Hazel. And Mr. Hazel's here to talk about item 8.2.2, the Cottage Streets Study. And when you're ready, sir, the floor is yours. Don't forget to hit the button to power up your mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Charbonneau. Members of council, it's a privilege to be here and speak on this important subject. I've cut back some of the remarks to highlights and I'll move through them fairly quickly. I'm of course speaking to the Cottage Road study, which was completed, and my compliments to all those who were involved. It's a fine piece of work, but there's more work to do. So I'm going to speak to some of the issues that I think are worthy of your consideration, and I'll begin with some looking around. So in 2021, there was Census Canada identified the population of Southampton as just under 4,000 people. I'm sure it's increased since then. And they lived in 1,800 residences. Of the 1,800 occupied homes that make up Southampton, approximately 750 of them are located along the streets and lanes, connector streets that are identified in the Cottage Road study area. And that's about 40% of the total population or the total residential occupancies. Of course, this area has a unique rhythm of being occupied primarily in the summer, but it has a fantastic mix of residences, new renewal, and a lifestyle which I think you've all acknowledged is unique. In the study, there was a diagram which showed the cottage streets and the kind of size of this area, which I've put a bubble around, so you can see how strong it is in terms of the overall identity of Southampton. And it's a compact, innovative, charming district, which is characterized by the connector roads that you see going to the water's edge and connecting to the boardwalk, and those spaces between those connecting roads, which are characterized by a sidewalk, but everything in between has virtually no curbs, or let alone sidewalks. So it's a unique invention, if you will, embedded within the town, and it's the quality of that invention in terms of streets and lanes that I want to draw your attention to a couple of things. And I know I'm probably at my 3-minute mark or very close to it. In terms of the cross-section of the streets, we were happy to see that there were 2 or 3 site-specific responses to the concerns in the fall, pardon me. And I think we can go further than that and identify options which are basically creating a no sidewalk zone for those spaces between the connector roads. So you've done a brilliant job, I think, on a couple of counts and I think of Lambert Lane and in particular, where you've used curbs selectively. And it's a model for how you would use good design, good engineering, and overcome a localized issue. I think there should be a variety of street types that are allowed in some cases to evolve naturally rather than applying a curb and let alone a sidewalk concept to them. And if you contemplate that these areas were...
So we have passed over 3 minutes, Mr. Hazel, so you would just wrap up.
you.
Thank you.
So I have 8 items here, which I'd like you to consider, and they are listed at the end of this written piece. I think that you should also reconsider putting a further connector roads through to the boardwalk, particularly the one on Peel Street, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So our second open forum presentation this evening is from Claudia Wunder, and Ms. Wunder is here to talk to us about item 8.2.2, the Cottage Streets Study. Ms. Wunder, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Charbonneau, members of council, and fellow attendees. I speak to the Cottage Street Study agenda item. Thank you, Councillor Grace, for initiating the Cottage Street Study. Thank you, town staff, for the work on the report. We residents are grateful. I make 4 recommendations. Number 1, create cottage zones. Designate all lands that are within 700 meters of the lakeshore as a cottage zone or district and include all streets within it, no matter their direction or type. Number 2, do groundwater studies before digging. Ensure an excavation is not going to, in layman's terms, break into an underground stream. I witnessed what happened when a neighbor attempted to put in a basement in 2019 and broke into an aquifer. Water being pumped out from the basement flooded Macaulay Street in front of my house. Do groundwater studies first and don't create a problem where none currently exists. Number 3, recognize you're running a pilot project. Those streets scheduled for this summer, like Burns, Macaulay, and Peel, are your pilot project, among the first to be reconstructed under this new set of guidelines. You are creating a repeatable process for use in the coming years. Let residents choose their preferred communication channel, whether it be paper, email, or text. Number 4, use low impact development or LID designs. I read that low impact development techniques should be considered where curb and gutter are not in character of the road. And yet rejecting curb and gutter is about more than street character. It's about rejecting a philosophy that treats stormwater as something to be gotten rid of. Channeled stormwater demands storm sewers, which are expensive to build and maintain, and ultimately dump untreated water into the lake. Treat runoff as a resource instead, and allow it to water trees and lawns alongside roads. With a few edits, the Cottage Streets report can become the document we need. First, revise the decision-making flowchart so that we begin by looking at the existing street and choosing components which enhance what is already there. Secondly, soften the language so that sidewalks should be provided, become sidewalks may be provided. Rather than tell you what Macaulay Street doesn't want, I'll tell you what it is. It's flat with sandy soil, wide enough for 6 meters of asphalt with shoulders. That, in summary, it's a great place to implement the most low impact development possible. Let's please do that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So our third open forum presentation this evening is from Betsy Puthan, and Betsy's here to talk to us about item 8.2.2, the Cottage Streets Study. Floor is yours when you're ready.
think the microphone's on. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Charbonneau, councillors, staff. I believe I saw the consultant here, I'm not positive, and staff, members of the gallery, and all of you on Zoom. I hope I've caught you all. So I want to begin with thank you to Councillor Cheryl Grace and CAO Caramayo for undertaking this unique and important matter. The Cottage Street Study draft report, it's a big deal for Saugeen Shores. I want to say that the community has been clear. It wants to retain the historic simplicity of the streetscape after underground infrastructure is updated. The community feedback was loud and clear. We want a status quo sixth option. However, despite all the feedback, there is no number 6 option. Rather, we have a report which, if accepted without changes, could result in every cottage street being paved, curbed, guttered, and sidewalked. The process and outcome by way of this report is alarming and concerning. The unique and historical streetscape and greenscape found in the historic cottage districts contributes to the character and charm which is loved by the community and visitors. The historically higgledy-piggledy streets and right-of-ways with their gardens and fences and puzzling location of buildings and thick greenscape is part of the Saugeen Shores brand. For example, I'll say Goebel's Grove. And now I'm fairly certain that what comes to mind is a vision we all share, which does not include neatly laid out urban standard roads with tidy sidewalks and cleared right-of-ways. If the urban standards of curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, as expressed in the report, are applied to the cottage streets, then bit by bit, the magic will be gone and it will never come back. The cottage streets are a rare asset of our well-preserved Great Lakes coastal community. The urban standardization of roadways will needlessly and tragically erase these rare and defining characteristics. Many celebrated Ontario communities successfully preserve and protect their historic streetscapes. In this draft report, if this draft report is accepted without changes and the cottage streets become just another urban standard neighborhood, councillors, that will be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our fourth and final open forum this evening is from Bill Bowden, and Mr. Bowden is here to talk to us about item 8.2.2, the Cottage Street Studies, and the floor is yours when you're ready, Bill.
Thank you, Mayor Charbonneau and members of council for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you as well to town staff and Paradigm Consultants for the time and effort devoted to developing the Cottage Street study. Please note that the Southampton Residents Association does not distinguish between summer and full-time residents because we are all members of this community. Therefore, we would prefer historic areas to cottage streets. For the same reason, we see no need to limit the designation to 700 meters from the lake. The report represents an important step forward. In particular, the consultative process is welcome, but we aren't there yet. Here are a few examples. 1, the report states that, quote, the cottage street designation is not intended to override or replace the functional road classification in the official plan. A designation without classification is meaningless. Cottage Street should be a separate classification included in the pending official plan revisions. Moreover, many cottage streets do not and should not serve as conduits to move traffic from one place to another, with the exception of pedestrians walking to the beach. 2, the default to a boulevard with sidewalk curbs and gutters and concrete and asphalt as the assumed design consideration sets up a consultative process in which residents must argue against the default. It should be the other way around. 3, the unnecessary use of concrete makes it more difficult for the town to meet its ESAC objectives. To quote from the ESAC report to council, the challenge for the municipality will be to update our infrastructure with as many green innovations as possible, to decrease the use of hardscapes such as concrete and asphalt, and to rely more on permeable surfaces, rain gardens, and other natural drainage solutions. 4, I question the need for concrete curbs to prevent deterioration of asphalt road edges in these lightly traveled areas. I observe that concrete curbs are not a feature of county roads or provincial highways that are subject to the same, if not greater, asphalt stress from heavy traffic during freeze-thaw cycles. In summary, while the report represents a very significant positive step forward, I believe that it would be greatly strengthened if the decision-making framework is turned around. Instead of starting with design standards with the ability to consider changes, it should start with the assumption that these streets are different and environmentally sensitive designs consistent with these differences should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of the open forum, and now we're on to delegations. We have 3 delegations this evening, and I just remind all the delegations that council's allotted 10 minutes for each of our delegations, and council has a lot on its agenda this evening, so I will ask you to hew closely to that time frame, if at all possible. And so first and foremost, I'll invite up our first delegation, which is from Gerald Gunkel and Fred Kuntz, and they're here to talk about sculpting a future for the Southampton Arts Centre, and they both represent the Southampton Arts Centre, and Mr. Gunkel is the chairman of the board, so welcome, welcome, Gerald.
Thank you, Mayor Charbonneau and council for this opportunity to speak on this topic. I am the chair, as stated by Mayor Charbonneau, and Fred Kuntz will be walking us through our presentation in regards to sculpting a future for Southampton Arts. Thank you, Gerald, and thank you for inviting me onto the board this past year. It's a wonderful organization. So your worship and councillors, I'll move us right to the second slide. And I want to talk about, whoops, what if I pointed the right way? There we go. So Southampton Arts, the Southampton Arts Centre is something unique in our community. And it really consists of a couple of major programs. One is the arts courses. We give about 120 a year for adults and children, separate courses. And in just about anything you can imagine in the arts, from sculpting to painting to stained glass and much more, creative writing, even comedy improv for kids. And then there's the art gallery, and the gallery is a showcase for local and regional artists, including some of our instructors in the arts courses and visiting artists. And this collection of activities is a real benefit to this whole region. Parents tell us often that they value the art classes for their children at March break and in the summer. And it's a free attraction to tourists. And so all the people who come here in the summer can just walk in and enjoy 2 floors of tremendous, beautiful local art, many of it representing what you see around our community and on the beach. And, you know, employers, having worked in the energy sector here, I can tell you it's not always easy to attract the skilled trades and the talent you want. And many things go into attracting people to a community, including affordable housing and good health care and tax rates and all the rest. But also quality of life is important. You need good sports facilities. You need other things too. And a vibrant arts community helps attract and retain people to our community. We have a wonderful history. It's quite amazing. I mean, we were started by Bert Henderson, who founded the school 67 years ago in 57. He died just this past February at age 96 in Owen Sound. And thanks to his legacy, that's 6 decades or more of arts courses being offered here. But the original advisory board included, amazingly, 3 members of the group of 7, Lismer, Harris, and Jackson, and painter Alex Colville. There they are with some of their art, and Bert with some of his art. So this was really, it's an illustrious part of our history as a community. But we barely made it through the pandemic. We survived by the skin of our teeth, I'll tell you. COVID stopped people from visiting the gallery and stopped people from signing up for arts classes. And those are 2 big revenue streams. And many communities in Ontario, across Canada, and in the US lost their galleries and theater groups. And, you know, we all know restaurants too, in many sectors were hard hit. So we weren't alone. But luckily we got a COVID loan from the federal government for $40,000, but we had to repay that this past January. So I'll tell you, the cupboard is bare. And we've also had to lay off staff temporarily for the last 2 Januaries and this past January and February because we couldn't afford to pay them. So we can't take for granted that something this special in our community is guaranteed to survive. And there's our typical budget. We haven't had a typical year for some years. But the revenues come from the art courses mainly, but then we have to pay the instructors and so on and buy supplies, and from the gallery, but we have to pay the artists. They get 60% of the work, of course, it's their work. So our main expense is staff wages. So I'll get into that a little bit more. But I don't want you to think we're sitting on our hands. We are doing so many things to restore this important thing to health again. And starting with our arts programs, we have a full slate of 120 courses again this year. You can sign up at our website, and some of our children's programs are actually sold out. It's great to see that uptake. And we refreshed our gallery presentation in January. We have new exhibits, a whole slate of activities. You can see them all on our website. I won't get into the detail, but we're applying for the grant to bring back the art bike that rides around the community with art supplies and free activities for kids and families out on nice sunny days. And we just updated our website thanks to a grant where we were able to bring in a web developer. Now we can do more online commerce. And we're going to put our whole art inventory online. Also, restoring our financial health. We've undertaken a restructuring. The board has been very active in program and gallery management, and Gerald, our leader, has done a great job of reinvigorating the board with new members. We have a plan for a greater reliance on volunteers. We have these 4 staff positions. There's been some turnover, but we're bringing in some great people and some people who've been with us before. And so all of this has been reviewed carefully, and we have and our fund development coordinator is working very hard to get us the grants we need for projects. But of course, there's the base operating cost. So we're working hard as well on selling memberships. I want to thank the mayor for buying a $100 membership. It's a 100% tax deductible charitable donation, and I encourage everyone to buy memberships to help support the organization. And that brings us to support from the town. And over the years, the town has been very helpful in many ways. We are proposing an operational subsidy. I believe the town has done this for other worthy groups. We receive no direct funding from the town today, but we have in the past. And mainly we're looking at this as a way to support our operational costs, including attracting and keeping good staff, because they're not making very much money and they're part-time. And we believe, for example, having a center manager would help a lot. And we're proposing rent relief. We don't pay a lot. It's $8,000 a year for those 2 buildings. But under your existing framework, and Frank Burrows has created the framework for a full spectrum from commercial rates to community benefit free rent. And we would argue that we are definitely a community benefit. And then we just want to continue the good collaboration with staff. Your staff have been terrific. They've had great ideas about where we can work together. We're very actively working on that, and we really appreciate the support. So that is our update on Southampton Arts.
Thank you very much, Fred and Gerald, and I will open the floor to members of council for questions and comments. But just to begin, you have a few specific requests that you've made there. The one, continued excellent collaboration. I think that's probably a slam dunk, but the other 2 relate directly to decisions that would have to be made by council. So I just wanted to start the conversation by letting you know that we will refer those specific requests to our staff, who will come back to us and give us a report in response to what you're requesting. I anticipate, since these are requests for the 2025 budget, that will happen in advance of the 2025 budget sometime in the coming months. So that's how we'll proceed with your requests. And now I'll ask for questions or comments from members. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation to you both. I just wondering, I had a question and a couple comments too, Fred, and the annual contribution, for 2025 and beyond. Had you put a number to that at all, Fred? Have you been thinking about what?
In our mind, there was a number, and I was worried about stating it publicly because we know there are many pressures on the town. You've got to think of your taxpayers and affordable housing. There's so many things you need. But if I could be so bold, to attract the kind of staff we need and pay a center manager and so on, and deal with the wages that we're forced to pay right now, it wouldn't hurt us to have $100,000. And I don't know where that fits in the scheme of things. I thought for a moment today, should we not ask for money? What if we didn't? And just as I thought that, the sun stopped shining.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I I just want to make this comment. You know, that was a good comment. Let me regather my thoughts. So when I take a look at the subsidy that we have for our arena facilities, ice facilities, $450,000 a year. And I think about the subsidy to our aquatics facility, $400,000 per year. And I think about our subsidy to our ballparks and passive parks, so not so much passive, but our ball diamond facilities, another $200,000 a year. You know, I take a look at what we contribute to the arts and culture in our community, and it's not really a great amount of money. I know the rent's fair. It has been fair, $8,000 for a facility like that, I think. But you're asking for that to be forgiven, and the 100, I was a little bold with the asking of the number. I know, Fred, and you probably didn't want to say it tonight, but I think we need to know going into our budget, you know, this November, December, it's gonna be a lot of pressures, obviously, and what kind of dollars you'd be looking at. But I certainly am going to be really paying attention to that request in November, December, because it is a community benefit. That's a wonderful facility we've got over in Southampton, and we don't want to lose it. It's a very important part of the fabric, culture of our community, and we simply can't lose that service. That's for sure. And I know you're doing all you guys saw what you're doing, and you're doing lots and run by a lot of volunteers. I commend you for that, for your whole board, and to the chair. Congratulations on your appointment. How long have you been there? I guess in a year or so, or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6? 6. 6 years. They had it at the end. They got it right. But I'll be paying attention to that request in November, December. There'll be lots of requests coming in, but you know, I think we really do need to do more for arts and culture in this community. I've always believed that, and we've finally got our heritage culture study funded after trying for 3, 4, 5 years. So we're investing $40,000-$50,000 in a cultural heritage study. That's a good thing. And so I look forward to discussing your request this November, December for sure.
That's
Thank you.
really nice to hear. I just want to make a quick comment is that it is called the Southampton Art Center, but we are serving Saugeen Shores.
Right,
So I just
absolutely.
want to make that clear. And we are working hard and getting more venues also into Port Elgin, because there's many people, young families also in the Port Elgin area.
Right.
So don't think it's just that building.
Right.
We're beyond that.
Well,
Okay.
Mr. Marades wanted, I just say again, thank you for all you do for the arts in our community. You just do a fabulous job. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Fred and Jerry. I don't want to spend a lot of time reiterating what the Vice Deputy Mayor said. I agree with him. I just want to also add that, you know, the economic, I know you referred to this, but think about the economic benefits of the art school, for instance, and the number of people who come to take classes there or have their kids, my kids took classes every summer there. It is part of the attraction of tourism. It's a resource that we advertise in our tourism literature, that this is something you can have your kids do, and adults come in starting in April, May for classes. And and this art bike thing is a fabulous idea. That's something you did last year? Oh, okay. Well, good luck with the grant this year. I think it's a great idea. And, you know, if staff is listening for council's support at this point for your consideration of preparation of the 2025 budget, I'm very supportive of trying to keep this resource treasure really in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to Davinsky and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Jerry and Fred, thank you for your presentation and for the asks that you have here. Please, by all means, get us detailed, us meaning the town staff, detailed asks of exactly what you want, and it will be considered at budget time from a comment point of view, I can say that if the Southampton Art Gallery and the school were not there, if because they had to shut down, we have for all intents and purposes shut down half our cultural programs in not only Southampton, but Saugeen Shores, as you say. We can't let that happen. I have friends across Canada. Some people won't believe that, but I do have some friends across Canada, and they're from this area, Southampton. And they're always asking for pictures of the art school and the building and everything, because it brings back memories to them about the things they did as children and what their kids had done before they moved away. This is a very important part of our cultural environment in this area. And I too will look forward to supporting the Southampton Arts Center when the time comes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, thank you for the presentation. I think the last time I saw you in the chambers, Fred, was something to do with fire, so you're very versatile. Anyway, I wanted to just comment that I appreciate, not as a parent, but as a great aunt, that you've made some changes in some of the children's programming, not during the summer, but during the rest of the year, that reflects requests from the community. For example, the Professional Development Day programs are now full day, and I'm sure the one today was successful. I have a couple kids going into the next one in June, and I think that was a good response, because I think there needs to be a lot more support from the community over the winter. So the more you can do to kind of engage and bring them into the building at various times, I think that's good. And I have heard people comment about the PD Day programs. I did want to come back to the Cultural Heritage Master Plan process, which has been initiated. The Vice Deputy Mayor mentioned it. Councillor Grace is right up into it too, as the chair of the Heritage Committee. I do hope, and I'm not too sure exactly how I know that there's some online stuff going on. I'm not too sure how much public engagement will happen or how stakeholders will be engaged. I really do hope that your board, though, is really taking a good look at what's already out there from the town and finding ways to contribute to that. I had hopes for a master plan that was pretty broad, but I'm a little concerned that we might be sort of focusing in on heritage buildings. Of course, you're in a heritage building. The Southampton Town Hall is a great example of a heritage building, but to me, the cultural master plan needs to include a lot more than just buildings. So I hope there's engagement there, and I hope your board finds a good way to get some messaging in, because it is a valuable part of the community. So I look forward to whatever you submit. I think it's good that the Southampton Town Hall has life in it. And certainly I appreciate that, you know, hopefully over the next few years, we'll find ways to invest in appropriate amenities in there. For example, a decent elevator that will help everybody who's engaged in arts and culture on your levels, and also the theater stuff upstairs and other community events that go on there. But thank you very much for the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions or comments from members? Well, thanks to both of you for coming in. And as I say, council will consider your request, but of course, there are also things that members of the public can do right away to help out the art gallery. One is becoming a member. I recently became a member, and I certainly encourage everybody else to do that. If you have $100 and you're interested in supporting a really worthwhile cause in our community, becoming a member of the Art Society is a really good thing to do. I can't do art to get myself out of a paper bag, and so you don't have to be great at art to be a member. You just have to want to be a patron of the arts in a small way, and so I'd encourage people to do that. And the other thing is, you guys have one of the most beautiful spaces in the whole community, right? With all that art on the wall, it's such a great place, and I know you guys are working to promote it as a place for people to have events. I was just recently at a business after hours there, the Chamber of Commerce put on, and some Christmas events. I seem to always be going there. And I just hope more community organizations who are thinking about putting on events, having meetings, doing whatever, consider the art gallery. I know you guys are open to renting the facility. I think that's true. Yes, I'm not speaking out of turn. I see some nods. So yeah, so I certainly hope groups would consider that as well. It's a great place. So anyway, those couple of comments. And with that, thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much.
Great, thanks for your time.
All right, so we'll move on to our second delegation, which is from Andrew Kennedy. He is the chairman of the Port Elgin Business Improvement Area, and he's here to talk to us about the Business Improvement Area's 2024 events and promotions. Mr. Kennedy.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's nice to be here. I'm supposed to be back here in February, but two sick kids stopped me from doing that. So here tonight. Just want to go over our plan for the year. We've got quite a turnover with the Port Elgin BIA, and we're really excited about what we're trying to do for the community, the downtown community in Port Elgin, and bring some vibrancy and some excitement to the downtown core, hopefully help some businesses out, and yeah, make it an exciting place to be. The first one is we've got, it's just been approved. We're going to do a trial farmers market run at the parking lot at Green and Bricker near the old arena by Maples Dental there, that big parking lot. We're going to do that there. Main reason is because we were looking at potentially losing a lot of vendors because the market space was too small, and they were conflicted with times, like they were cut off at a certain time where they felt really rushed out, and it actually brought up a few safety concerns. And as the BIA, we found it was a more important decision to keep the market alive rather than maybe lose it. So I think this is great that we're going to move it for a year, check it out, talk to the businesses, see if it works for everyone. And the plan would be to grow it into a really special market and something that we can really build up and make an attraction, and in the end, create more business for our downtown business owners. So that'll start June 5th when the market typically starts. We just had a successful Easter event on March 30th. I don't know if anyone here was there, but from what I heard, it was a really good event, and we plan to keep doing that every year for the kids. And feedback from businesses as well is that there was some good business downtown and more traffic than there typically would be in March. The next event is June 14th. This is pretty exciting, and it's actually very fitting with what was just talked about. We plan to do art in the alley. This is going to be in the alleyway along Rosina's that goes back into the public parking lot. The plan there is to do a piece that's going to be there year round, add in some lighting and kind of beautify that alleyway and create almost an attraction for a space that's never used and overlooked. The hopes of this is to create more people driving down there and utilizing that parking lot that might not be very utilized. And to celebrate that, we plan to do an event with live music and local artists showcasing their artwork, doing some painting, as well as working alongside Rosina and doing some food and wine and making a really nice, fun event. So hopefully we can knock that one out of the park and then maybe move even to some of the other alleyways as we go into years to come. The plan, I know as the BIA in whole, the plan is we really want to focus on art downtown and add some color and some vibrancy, almost using Paisley as an example. Not exactly like that, but they've really kind of stepped out and added some really cool features to their town and creates almost an attraction. So I'm really hoping we can do that. And a big focus, me personally and other members of the board, we'd like to include some Indigenous art as well and tie in that feel to the community and show some unity and support for that community. The next big event we have is on August 9th in coordination with the 25th anniversary celebration. We've got a stage booked and bands booked, and that same parking lot that the market's going to be going into on Bricker and Green, we're going to shut that down and have a free concert for the community. It will be licensed by the Queens with Pierre Danini looking after that, and we're currently just in the mix and plans of getting all those things sorted out, but it's looking to be a very good event and should be a lot of fun. The next one we have calendared here is the Shoppers Night that we do every year, but last year seemed to be kind of above years in the past with Shoppers Night. We brought some attractions, some sleigh rides, and made it more of a family activity. So we hope to build off that and keep that going as we go through the year. At the end of November, we just plan to do our year-end meeting. And there's a few other things we're planning to do as well. They're not all set in stone, so nothing that I wanted to present tonight, but there's a few other just kind of shopping events or dining events that we want to do downtown to just encourage more people to visit downtown Port Elgin. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And questions or comments from members? Councillor Stack.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the presentation. I just wonder if you could clarify the Art Alley Day. I think you said it's June 22nd on the poster, I think.
Oh, sorry. It's been corrected. It's going to be June 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that is the new date. We, working with Rosina and everyone, it made most sense to do it on the 14th.
Okay, further comments or questions from members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. and Thank you, Andrew. Boy, this is exciting stuff. I know you and your board have been working really hard on this, and I love the idea of bringing more art into the downtown. And so it looks like you have some great ideas. I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work. It's exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, thanks for the presentation. You sent along to us a selection of banners. What's the intention with the banner ideas
Yes.
that you gave to us?
Sorry, I meant to touch on that. That's in coordination with the market. With the new location, we really wanted to do something special. So we've got these banners that are going to go downtown and should look really well. They're all about promoting the new market and just getting a little excitement behind it. We also have the Dine Downtown and Shop Downtown banners that are going to go alongside those. So we're not just supporting the farmers market. Obviously, our initiative is to support the businesses there. And I think all of those together should help do that.
Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation there, Andrew. The banners, which I was going to ask about, who's paying for those? Is that through the BIA?
Yeah, the BIA has paid for that. Yeah.
Okay, so the BIA is going to pay for the banners. As a member of the Southampton BIA, I must say that this is a great step forward. And I think the farmers market will be a success in its new location. Let's hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, and keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Grace.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Thank you very much. I just want to remind everybody that you and your fellow board members are volunteers.
Yes.
On top of all your busy scheduled lives, businesses, you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart for the benefit of the community. So thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I might just pick up on that note and just say thank you to you for the work that you're doing and for taking on this role. It's a big role being chairman of the board. And we really appreciate the business improvement area is a municipal board. So it operates under the municipality, under the Municipal Act. And so we have a good and close relationship with the BIA, and we're very pleased to work with you. And this is as Councillor Grace said, this is a really exciting list of events you have here. This Art Alley is really going to be cool, and seeing more art roll out. And it's actually a priority of the municipalities as part of our 2024 business plan to support public art in our community. And so I think that dovetails really well with the work that the municipality is going to be doing this year. And I did want to just say as well that I can't remember, maybe you were the one who said it, Andrew. Somebody said talked about Shoppers Night this last year being really stepped up, and it really was. It was outstanding. I thought you guys did a great job. Got a nice big tree and had some other things there. And I think that I've found, in years gone by, the Port Elgin BIA would build a big snow hill in Coulter Parkette, and that would bring people downtown. It doesn't take much, just takes something happening. And that's, it gets people coming downtown and enjoying their downtown, right? We want them to go down there and shop, but we also just want them to enjoy it because it's great public space. And you guys are really the stewards of that space. And so thank you for putting together such a great program of things to make our downtown Port Elgin a vibrant place.
Thank you. And if there's any business owners out there listening, we need a couple more members. So
Sure.
the
All
more,
right.
the more the merrier.
That's a good plug.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we're on to our final delegation, which is from Dave Armchuk, and Mr. Armchuk is the president of BSCC number 42, and he's here to talk to us about a request to council for waste and recycling pickup in the West Links Subdivision Bruce Standard Condominium Corporation number 42. That's a long intro, Mr. Armchuk, but the floor is yours.
And thank you, Mayor Charbonneau, council and staff. I am making this presentation as a resident on Eagle Court, a newer townhome development in the West Link subdivision of Port Elgin. I'm here representing the homeowners on Eagle Court, also known as Bruce Standard Condominium Corporation 42 or BSCC number 42. BSCC 42 Eagle Court is a side street in the West Link subdivision. The street is in the shape of a U and is continuous, which can be entered or exited from the east or west side of Fairway Lane. There are currently 13 privately owned townhomes on Eagle Court and 2 more which have not yet been sold. Once completed, there will be a total of 48 townhomes in BSCC number 42, most of which will border the east-west portion of the street. Eagle Court residents currently utilize a private contractor for curbside garbage and blue box recycle pickup. This was always meant to be a short-term solution for BSCC number 42, as a private contractor is not a viable long-term solution. The arrangement with a private contractor has already led to many issues relating to late pickup and missed pickups. I've done a little bit of research, and many Ontario municipalities have regulations stipulating protocols to be used and require registration and training of private curbside contractors with the municipality. If they are late or they're going to miss a garbage day, there are protocols for notification. Adjacent to Eagle Court is BSCC number 37, a total of 42 townhomes bordering Fairway Lane. These townhomes receive regular curbside garbage and blue bin recycle pickup by Basra. I could say that they're within a stone's throw, but they're actually closer than that. Some of them are within 30 meters of the Eagle Court residence. The townhomes on Fairway Lane are identical to those on Eagle Court to the extent that both pay approximately the same taxes. Our petition today is to receive council approval for curbside garbage and blue bin recycle pickup from Basra. The rationale for this petition is as follows. No accommodation was made on the Eagle Court site plan for locating commercial waste containers and recycle bins, which is typically the requirement for new condominium developments. For example, the Winds at Summerside townhouses planned and constructed 5 large in-ground Moloch units. And Troon Estates has provided a large fence area for bulk garbage and recycle disposal. In discussions with a Site Westlink project manager and Red Hawk Contact, no such areas have been planned for Eagle Court. On the other hand, Condominium Corporation number 23 on Joseph Street between Bruce and Sandy Acres has no designated bulk disposal area and thus receives curbside pickup from Basra. The second rationale is that the adjacent Condominium Corporation BSCC number 37 on Fairway Lane receives regular curbside waste and blue bin pickup for their 42 townhomes. I'm not sure if you have the site plan that you can put up.
I'm not sure we can put it up, sir, but we all have it.
Okay.
Oh, maybe it will come up. There it is. Sorry. There you go.
So what I've done is I have annotated in green those areas of West Links that receive curbside garbage and recycle pickup on a regular basis. And the Eagle Court is the orange-red outlined area. You can see how close it is. And the Eagle Court do not receive the BASRA provided garbage and recycle pickup. The current curbside arrangement for a private garbage and recycle pickup has always intended to be a short-term solution. The current contractor is extremely expensive. We found it difficult to get a contractor in the first place, and has proven to be erratic in its pickup schedule. So per the site plan that is in front of you, the BASRA vehicles do go down Fairway Lane, which is the east-west on this particular schematic. And it'd be very easy for them to make a turn into Eagle Court. It's a U, it's one way in, one way out if you want. There's no turnarounds, and pick up the garbage for the Eagle Court residents. So your consideration for approval of this petition is greatly appreciated.
Okay.
End of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I will open it up for questions or comments from members, but first I just want to address the request that you've made, much as with the request earlier from the Art Society. We will refer your request to our staff and they will come back to us with a report and recommendation at a future council meeting. So that's how we'll handle it for today. We've received it and we will direct it back to staff for a report. So with that, I'll ask if there's questions or comments, and I'll start with the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Dave, and there's some good information in there. And it appears to me there's a little bit of inconsistency, but I don't, before tonight, I just didn't know enough about the situation, why it's not being picked up. But had you made this request to town staff or to BASRA? Is this request being made, or is this the first time it's being requested of the town?
We have actually gone to BASRA and spoke to a director at BASRA, who in turn directed us to the town staff.
Okay.
So we've had some discussions, considerable discussions with Larry. And thank you for your time, Larry, because he's been very helpful, in which turn he has suggested that we make this presentation to council.
Gotcha. And I look forward, I agree, Mr. Mayor, so this is going to have to come back in the form of a staff report. Dave, we'll hear more information from Larry on why it's not being picked up and can it be, and what was included in any former agreements. These are all the things we'll find out, and then we can make an informed decision. But there seems to be some inconsistencies. You're very close to the street right beside you, but I need to hear more information from staff. We'll get that from staff. So
okay,
thanks,
thank you,
Dave.
Mike.
Yep.
Thank you. Further, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Dave. Just a question about the timing, because you indicated that this is always intended to be a short-term situation. Do you have an understanding of how short-term that might be? Or what were you told?
I don't have specific information concerning the short term. Currently, there are 15 townhome units that are completed, 13 of which are owner occupied. And it was my impression that the next stage, and there's supposed to be 6 stages, at that time, there would be consideration for how to change from the current private contractor to the long-term solution that will be viable. What happened, unfortunately, was that COVID hit and the sales slowed down substantially. So as a result, there hasn't been a lot of sales over the last year, and there may not be that many over the next year as well.
Okay. Thank you. Are there further questions or comments from members? I don't see any. So thank you very much, Mr. Armstrong. As I say, we'll get a report back and I'm sure our staff will keep you informed as to when that's going to come back before us. But thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Okay. So that's the end of our delegations. And now we're on to item 8, which is report of municipal officers and committees, and 8.2 and several staff reports there to go through. And the first one is a municipal services fees and charges review, and that's going to be kicked off by the treasurer, Daniel Waiter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The fees and charges review was approved as part of the 2023 business plan, and work on it began last fall. Strategy Core was engaged after an RFP process to look at a number of fees across the municipality, specifically in the areas of administration and finance, development services, town facilities, building services, animal control, cemeteries, parks, recreation, and culture. This project is important for a number of reasons. It helps to ensure appropriate cost recovery, ensures a fair rate structure for users, and furthers discussion on whether service areas deliver individual user benefits or a wider community benefit. I'm excited to share the report with council and look forward to any comments. I also look forward to using some of the techniques and lessons learned during this process in future business plans and in different areas of the organization. And with that, I will introduce Luke Dunlop from Strategy Core, who is here with us tonight. Luke was the engagement manager, and I want to thank him and the team at Strategy Core for their work during the project and for attending tonight. And I will hand it over to Luke to present their report and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Dan, for the introduction, and thank you as worship and councillors for the opportunity to present tonight. So as Dan mentioned, I'll be presenting a summary of our recommendations for the municipal services, fees, and charges review that we completed. Just a quick agenda, just going to go through introduction quickly of the team members that we've brought with us today and available virtually. Quick project overview, which Dan so kindly already introduced. A little bit of an overview of the user fee policy framework that went into developing the recommendations for this report, and then a summary of the general recommendations themselves before finally opening it up to the floor in Q&A. Seems a bit of a sticky. Thank you. So first off, a little bit of the project context, but we believe this project is very timely for the town of Saugeen Shores, as it, along with many other municipalities in the province, are facing continuing cost pressures to provide services across the board. The recently finalized KPMG land use development report underlined the significant amount of time that has passed since the town last assessed its fee structure, which emphasized the need for a thorough reevaluation. So the town, as Dan mentioned, is engaged Strategy Core to conduct a comprehensive municipal fees and charges review. And the objectives of this are threefold. To complete a 360-degree analysis of the town's development fees as part of Scope 1 of this project, and then general fees and charges as a part of the Scope 2. The second objective being that we wanted to leverage best practices research and comparator benchmarking to optimize those fee structures. And finally, identify and present those opportunities to ensure that any updated fees are characterized by what you see there: efficiency, effectiveness, defensibility, and that they align on a cost recovery basis. That being said, Dan already mentioned the ones that were in scope, but here's a bit of a summary for you guys again. In terms of Scope 1, there was the Schedule C, development services, as well as building services. And within Scope 2 of this report was administration, animal control, cemetery, town facilities, recreation and culture, parks, coliseum, and complex. A quick note on this slide, just for you to see, there were several service areas that were not in scope for this project, and those have been outlined, including roads, wastewater, water, garbage collection, etc. So this brings me to the user fee policy framework that informed the recommendations from this report. What we used is what's known as the pyramid methodology, and we used a 5-step pyramid. It's in the name. With the top rung of that, or top level of that pyramid being non-tax supported services. So a non-tax supported good or service is a good or service for which user fee revenues in an average year are expected to cover the full cost of production. Examples of this include water, wastewater, and solid waste collection. The middle 3 levels of the pyramid, from considerable individual benefit through to considerable community benefit, so the partially tax supported levels. A partially tax supported service or good is one for which user fees are expected to cover only a portion of the full cost of production. Examples of these are public transit and culture and recreation. And finally, the bottom level, looking at the fully tax supported services, these are ones that deliver considerable community benefit. And examples of these are police, fire, snow clearing. So given that, we then use that pyramid methodology to assign, based on an activity-based costing methodology, levels to the various fees and charges charged by the municipality. Starting at level 5, mostly individual benefit, those representing fees at which cost recovery is 80% and above, all the way through to level 1, mostly community benefit, where the fees are below 20%. So given that, the slide that we have in front of us summarizes the high-level service findings by the various service areas assessed as part of this project. The first being administration and finance. We saw that administration and finance fees and charges are generally recovering costs, with some opportunity for minor adjustments to specific fees, which are outlined in the detailed report. Moving down to development services, upon the comprehensive analysis that we conducted as part of this project, we found that certain planning and development fees exhibited a significant potential for upward adjustment, just due to the level of cost recovery at which they were at, and that aligning these fees with those of comparator municipalities would enhance cost recovery. Finally, we found that cost recovery for town facilities currently falls within that level 3, the balanced beneficiaries category. And there's an opportunity for a town to develop more robust nominal and non-market value lease guidelines to promote equitable access while also maintaining economic viability in this area. Moving on to building services, we found that similar to many other municipalities, the town is generally achieving cost recovery and or sometimes contributing to a surplus. A detailed analysis revealed that we would like to make some minor reductions in building permit fees and other small adjustments to specific fees. Moving to the top right in animal control, the fee structure for animal control currently reflects a predominantly user-funded model. And following recent adjustments and the creation of a lifelong pet license fee, that this may result in a decrease in overall cost recovery percentage. To cemeteries, we found for the cemeteries area, cost recovery percentages generally aligned with those of the comparators that we looked at as part of this study. And the primary opportunities for adjustment laid on revising fees for burials on weekends and holidays, and as well as examining a differentiation between ratepayer and non-ratepayer fees, insofar as that ratepayers are not subsidizing cemetery fees for non-ratepayers. Moving on to parks, recreation, and culture, found that the town, along with many of the other comparators, fell within the range of considerable community benefit. Comparative analysis revealed that the town's cost recovery percentage are slightly larger than comparators, but well within the normal range. And to explore further adjustments in this area would require more detailed capturing and tracking of activity-based costing. Moving on to the summary of general recommendations per area. Starting with development services, again in the top left, we recommend looking at implementing a system for tracking and quantifying the hours on individual routes. This can allow for the things like the implementation of dynamic fees. Second recommendation under there being investigating strategies to improve fee collection methods, including offering online payments and expanding payment options to accommodate debit and credit card transactions. Currently, debit and credit card transactions are available if residents come in, but otherwise not available online, similar to how they're available online through cloud permit for building services. Finally, evaluating the possibility of implementing digital solutions to streamline the tracking and management of deposits. This is something that's causing staff significant time. On to building services recommendations, consider the introduction of a basic plumbing fee. This is similar to what other municipalities have done and helps with administrative costs, inspection expenses, and so forth. To the R5, instead of providing detailed fees for several specific plumbing fixtures, this is just to make the fee structure less complicated and less crowded and consolidate some of those into a single line item. On to administration and finance, consider adopting a fee for filing complaints with the integrity commissioner with the provision of a refund of the commissioner if it determines that the complaint merits investigation. This helps prevent frivolous and other vexatious fees, and something we've seen work in other Ontario municipalities. Finally, explore additional revenue opportunities, and some of these opportunities are outlined in the more detailed report. And finally, ensure legal services fees charged by the in-house municipal solicitor encompass full cost recovery, including all things that are mentioned in this report, including using the methodology we discussed in the detailed report as well, including staff time, legal expense disbursements, and all overhead and support costs. Finally, animal control, spoke to this on the previous slide, but review and monitor pet license revenues over the next year and consider adjusting the one-time pet license fee upwards if revenues drop significantly. Finally, to the cemetery and a combination of the final recommendations there. We already mentioned this for cemetery, but the recommendations, one being to implement increased fees for weekends and holidays to accommodate increased costs associated with overtime, differential fee structures for ratepayers versus non-ratepayers, and finally addressing a small accounting issue regarding plaque expenses for purchased niches in the columbarium. Finally, town facilities, parks, recreation, and culture. Consider reducing the complexity of the fee structure. Again, just to reduce clutter in that structure and make it a little bit easier to read and understand. Is R13, R14 for these town facilities mentioned earlier, but develop nominal and non-market value lease guidelines that ensure town property is leased in a manner which is consistent, equitable, transparent, improves municipal service delivery, and strengthens community services. And finally, similar to the very first recommendation, but initiate more capturing and tracking of activity-based costing data for town facilities, parks, recreation, and culture. So I'll take the time to pause there and ask if there's any questions.
Okay, so there is a recommendation, 1 second if I can find it, that council approve the municipal services fee and charges review final report. And so I'll ask if there's questions or comments from members. I'll start with the deputy mayor and then we'll work our way around here.
Well, it's a procedural question. When's the appropriate time to ask for this to be deferred? It's an 83-page report. It's an awful lot to digest. It mentioned that there should have been a draft report. Did we get a draft report? I just don't remember ever seeing a draft report. Did we receive one?
Request the treasurer.
No, I think the report that you're seeing was brought forward as a
Final report.
a report for council consideration and comment. And certainly, I think in speaking with Strategy Core, we can alter recommendations based on council feedback.
Well, I don't know when.
I could just answer your question about deferral. You can make a motion to defer something at any time you like.
Okay, well, if I do that, are we going to have any discussion right now?
We can, I think, why don't we have the discussion and then we can, if you want to make a motion toward the end of the discussion, we can, I can consider it any time now or toward the end of the discussion, wherever you like.
Well, I would like to have some comments
Yep,
made.
go ahead.
So I wanted to ask, Appendix A doesn't seem to be what it said it was going to be. So I was curious to know who were the stakeholders that were consulted. Appendix A indicated that it was supposed to be, I believe, a list of stakeholders consulted, but that's actually not what's attached. So can we have some indication of who was actually engaged in discussions about these fees?
Yeah, it was through stakeholder consultation with internal town staff from the various departments relevant to the schedules in scope 1 and 2.
So nothing outside of town staff?
No.
Okay. There's an awful lot in here that, it's, some of the fees are staying nominally the same, some are increasing, some are going down slightly. There's a couple of emerging things in the community like ride share, for example, that's not picked up necessarily that, maybe if we're talking about fees and charges, we should perhaps consider some of the newer things that are coming to town. I also found it a little interesting that, and there's too many pages, I didn't write down the references, but on the parks, recreation and cultural side, we seem to be well ahead of every other comparator community, which kind of surprised me a little bit. So, I wanted to take a good look at how that worked out in terms of the revenues that we receive for various recreational facilities and parks things. It's just that there's just an awful lot here. And I asked for a printed copy because I just feel it's very important that we really take a good look at what kinds of fees we're talking about. And I realize it's for implementation in the 2025 business plan. However, there's items in here. I'll quote one here: conduct a comprehensive analysis of the potential revenue and community impact of adopting additional fees for administrative services. Well, I don't feel that we've had an opportunity really over the weekend, basically Friday to now, to take a look back at budget documents that gave us some revenue numbers, and also to consider just you know, the potential impact some of this would have on user groups and that sort of thing. And some of them are quite nominal, I get that. Some of the building fees seem to be, some dramatic increases, probably warranted. But I just, you know, I welcome some other comments, but I would respectfully at some point be asking for a deferral. Thank you.
The CAO would like to make comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe just a question for clarity from the treasurer. I think the intent with the report when it was received tonight and brought forward at council's meeting in 2 weeks was that it was a general direction to staff and that the finance department would be moving this forward, as you mentioned, Deputy Mayor, through the 2025 business plan and bringing back a proposed fees and charges schedule through the 2025 business plan with some commentary on what's being implemented and how that's moving forward. I don't know if I'm catching that correctly, but maybe I can direct that to the treasurer
Correct.
for clarity.
Correct. The implementation would be through the 2025 business plan. We would work through that process to implement certain or all recommendations that are feasible and that have council support.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. And I did have written down the question about community consultation, if there had been much public feedback yet, because I think there are some fees in here that may be a little surprising to some of our local merchants, vendors, business operators, sports, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think probably deferral is, I think I would be supporting that because I think there are some questions I have too. Dan, I just threw you to Dan. I just wondering, in time for the 2025 budget process, would we be able to get a number? Like if all of these rates changes were made, and these some pretty significant increases, would we be able to get a dollar figure? You talked about would have to be studied more, you know, another study, but is it something that staff are going to be able to come up with a number? 25,000, 50,000, what this means to our budget from a revenue perspective? Would we be able to get that in November, December in time for the budget?
Yeah, we could certainly have an estimate and a forecast that's included as part of the business plan that we could break out the portion that is related to the recommendations.
Yeah, because if it's 30, 40, $50,000 makes a big difference. We heard a $100,000 offer or ask tonight from the arts. You know, so we're going to have to be looking at some new revenues somewhere too. So it'd be good to have that number. One of the questions I had was about the refreshment vehicle license, and it was being reduced from 221 to 125, and hawkers and peddlers 221 to 100. I'm picking on the ones that have been decreased, but you know, refreshment license vehicle for $125. You know, the refreshment vehicle down the Port Elgin waterfront this past year probably paid the 221. A couple of restaurants down there paid $4,000 and $8,000, and we've got a food booth coming in for $125. Why that? Why was it decreased? Where did that come from? Probably from around the province standard, I guess. But why were they decreased, those two items?
Yeah, specifically those two items were decreased as a result of the activity-based costing that we did. So we looked at how much it cost you in terms of both direct costs, in terms of salary and wages of staff, plus indirect costs. That can be anything from heating, lighting, whatever that goes into that as well. And based on that analysis, we found that you were charging more than a cost recovery basis. So that's why they were down.
It's more of a service, really, like a food vendor license, one of those food trucks. It's kind of a nice service to have around town, certain locations, no doubt. Does that mean to say that a food vendor with one of those trucks would be able to set up, say, at Lamont Sports Park for the summer for $125? Is that a fair statement? Would that be accurate? Where can they set up?
The clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So with the refreshment vehicles, there is an RFP process where people are allowed to bid on locations where they can set up, and Lamont Sports Park has been added to that list, yes. But when there's special events, then slightly different.
I'm sorry, Don, I missed the part. Lamont Sports Park, what?
Is included.
Okay,
Yes.
that's good to know because there's a need for food services out there. So it sounds to me, the RFP, you're saying that if they win the RFP, that potentially that fee would be $125 though, or it depend on a high bidder? How does that work?
No, that is correct, sir.
Hmm?
That is correct.
It is
125, it's an
125.
annual fee.
Okay, that they could set up out there. That's
Yeah.
good to know. Um, Anyways, I'm also looking forward to comments from other members of council. I'm sure there's other questions, but I think there's probably some fees in here that have been increased substantially that so through you to the CAO, I guess, just finish up. The public would be able to look at this report, Kara, and in 2 weeks' time, there may be some comments over the next 2 weeks from members of the public that we'd consider. Is that correct?
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just hearing the comments so far, I think, I don't want to tell council what to do, but I think tonight it would be good to receive this report so staff has it to work with and potentially direct staff to return then with a proposed implementation strategy for the report through the fees and charges as part of the business plan. So that would give you plenty of time to digest the report. As the deputy mayor said, be able to review it all and see the proposed implementation that staff are proposing.
Yeah, and that's a good idea, because it is a long read. It is a long report. I got through it on the weekend, but there's a lot of stuff in there just to approve tonight, because I think the recommendation did say adopt it. So I agree. So, okay, thanks.
I think that, and just to carry on, just interject, I think that's a good way to do it because this is a recommendation from a consultant, so it's awkward or odd to go and direct them to change their recommendations. I think the key thing is to receive those recommendations and then ask for a report back from our staff, and we can choose different paths if we want to based on that recommendation. So I think that would be a good way to deal with it. But we'll carry on. See, we'll go to Councillor Daninsky and then Councillor Halpin and then Councillor Stagg and Grace after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. I agree with the comments I'm hearing here about deferral and about there's a lot to take in, if you will. I see things like the animal licensing, and it says review and monitor pet license revenues and consider adjusting one-time pet license fee upwards if revenues drop significantly, reducing cost recovery. The one-time pet license, I believe, is the chip that
The clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So no, forgive me, I don't have the exact date in front of me, but council adopted a change in policy regarding pet licensing where there is a one-time fee as opposed to the annual fee structure. So it is a $75 fee when a resident either moves to town or gets a new pet. They pay $75 one time regardless of whether it's been microchipped or not.
Okay, so if they come in $75, whether you get the chip or not, that's what it costs. If you get the chip, $75. Is that what you're telling me?
I have to double check, but I believe that is accurate.
Okay, all right, well, then that makes a difference. That makes a difference. And I think there was with the hawkers and peddlers license per event or location. Maybe I will learn over the days ahead, but I have no idea why we are reducing that fee for 2025. Many times the people that buy these licenses are from out of town. They get the cash and they leave, and the money goes out of town. So I don't know that we have to give them a deal. $221.56 to $100. That's a 55% reduction. Try and get something like that around town nowadays. It just won't happen. So there are concerns here, I think. And if this is, you're just bringing it for us for recommendations, but it says approve the municipal service fees and charges, review final report. Well, I can't do that, and I don't think anybody else can either. So I'd like to see what happens in further discussion. Thank you.
It sounds like we're heading down a different road than that now. Counselor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I really like the idea of receiving this for information today because it is a lot to take in. I read it. It's a good report. It's not typically a exciting reading when you have these 86 pages reports, you know, but I'm concerned about some of the fee increases in development services when you have 225% increases and we're, you know, how would this relate to things we're looking for affordable housing and things like that? There's always that red tape thing. So just to speed things up, I'm quite happy to receive this report for information. Thank you for the report.
Thank you, Counselor Stack.
Thank you. So I just had a couple of questions. One was when we talk about incremental costs, I'm not sure if this is gonna be a question for the treasurer for you, but I'll ask it anyways. When we talk about cost recovery, are we expecting that our intent is to recover the cost of every sort of working member of the town that supports a specific activity that's related to the fee? So maybe that's my first question.
I'll speak to the methodology that was used in calculating cost recovery. It's the cost that's incurred in producing that good or service. So 100% cost recovery would mean you recovered 100% of the cost of, let's use the example of the hawkers and peddlers license, for example. It's 100% of the salaries and wages of all the town staff who went into, in terms of the amount of time they put into that license, any supplies and materials, printing, whatever, and any overhead, which is attributed based on like overall costs like heating and lighting, and then divvied out based on certain factors.
Okay, so maybe so it's not incremental cost. Our perspective is that there's a base tax revenue, and then in addition to that, we need these fees in order to support the staffing costs incurred in order to provide services to the constituents.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, so that's helpful, I think, and I agree with some of the other feedback. Some of the rate increases I was surprised about. I understand they may not be market. I think going fairly dramatic increases would be a bit shocking to the average person. So I would certainly expect some more discussion and explanation as to the rationale behind those findings before we would implement them. That's a comment, not a question. I did have a question when we talked about in one of your implementation considerations, I think under the development services, you talked about escalation annually as a consideration. This is more of a pedantic question than anything else. Why was that not? So why are you suggesting that's a consideration rather than a recommendation? Because I would think that part of the reason we're in this position with some of the increases is we're not necessarily adjusting annually for inflation. So I was just, if you can talk through the methodology for that decision.
Yeah, for sure. So the price for that specific fee, the price change is the recommendation, and it's in there as an implementation consideration. So for the consideration of town staff, when they actually implement that change, if they'd like to do it as a phased approach versus as a one-time thing, left that in the hands of town staff.
Okay, so sorry, you're saying, sorry, maybe I think I'm confused. So you're saying either increase the fees as recommended or increase based on escalation annually?
To the recommended fee, yeah, it can be done in a phased implementation process.
Okay, okay, I'll ask the question one more time. So you're not recommending an annual increase on top of the fees you've put out there. You're saying, hey, consider whether you'd want to do this. I don't know if that's a pedant, like if I'm being too.
Sorry, are you referring to separate from the regular CPI increases?
Yeah, you have you noted here, consideration should be made to fee escalation. Is that what you're saying is in addition to the fact that we increase annually? So maybe my question is, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I think that specific line is referring to, in addition to the increase to the level that the recommendation is looking at, you continue to look at CPI increases annually.
Okay. And then, thank you. And then my other questions are more just comments. And I'll continue to express these. I have real reservations and I'll say it again. So a couple of charges surprised me. The charges for submitting conflict of interest or code of conduct or integrity commissioner complaints. I think that, I know there are some that do not meet the standard of to be investigated, but I think putting fees in place of in the event that those, or sorry, requiring fees and only providing refunds if the integrity commissioner deems those concerns legitimate. I think that casts a chill to the public for making those requests. So I will absolutely not agree to that. And I think that's I understand other municipalities have done that. I don't think that's appropriate, and I find that disappointing to see those types of recommendations. I also I was a bit surprised on the fees recommended for improperly or errors in payments to accounts. My concern is when I think some of the fees are doubled from $20 to $40, I think is what some of your recommendation, or something in that order of magnitude. You know, depending on your income level, that can be a very, and in my mind, unnecessarily punitive charge. So again, I'll very strongly disagree with any sort of recommendations that is deemed as, in my mind, punitive. And I'm, again, a bit surprised that we make those recommendations in the same time that we've talked often about the affordability challenge in this community. So I'm, vehemently opposed to that. And then I think my final question was just on the legal costs. And this is maybe just a new question or a new concern or query from my end, just recognizing that the in-house counsel is a fairly new position. So, and this is just a general question. So as it stands right now, are we charging by the hour for legal fees incurred for any matters in town, under town consideration that require legal review?
Director of Corporate Services.
So with the legal being new to it, we don't have a set fee right now. And so we are just doing cost recovery for the moment. And then we will be looking at developing some set standards for fees.
Okay. And then just so I'm clear, so that's just for the public who are making a request, whether it be a bylaw amendment or a planning act amendment or something in that regard. I know there's been some discussion about how we recover those costs going forward, but so today we're charging people some rate for any time there's a legal service required for their request.
The CAO is going to address that one.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We aren't charging the public. I just wanted to clarify the public, and I think you said something around bylaws and that sort of thing. Where the cost recovery is happening is where we were already cost recovering against legal fees. So specifically in and around development applications, if there needed to be a legal review, we would cost recover. So we're maintaining that past practice.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. That's it.
Okay, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my questions and comments have been stated already, but just a continuation of the hawker peddler license theme that's going tonight. I wonder if we can consider also, as well as the cost recovery for staff time, location, because I think it's significant. And I would favor having and I don't know if this is legal or not, but to me, having a service like that at the Lamont Sports Park is different from having that service on Millard Boulevard in Southampton for the car show, when there are ice cream stores and restaurants and stuff uptown that are not then being frequented because they're going to the ease of having someone with their refreshment cart there. And I don't know if that's something that can be put into the rubric for consideration of the cost.
Daniel, do you want to take that one?
Treasurer?
Yeah, I can take that. I think it's important to note on that fee in particular, it's a licensing fee. It's nothing more than a licensing fee. It's not equated to the economic activity that occurs after the fact. I don't know if the clerk has any additional comments there.
The clerk.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So of course, staff is more than willing to take a look at anything that council is considering. It's important to note that in 2024, the legislative services as well as other departments are going to be reviewing the business licensing bylaw. And so it is a really good timing for us to be taking a look at that and see if there's something that council is interested in and that we can include as part of that review. And that can be one of the things that we walk away with as well, if that's the direction of council.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, because I think there is a difference between, well, you got my point the first time. Anyway, thank you for indicating that we are going to be reviewing that.
Back to Councilor Stack.
Thanks. Just one other comment, just on the pet licensing fee. I don't have the numbers. If I recall, when we discussed moving from annual to a one-time fee, the uptake of that cost or that licensing fee was relatively low. So perhaps when we review it in business planning, we can just assess whether it's even worth having, period. It just seems, you know, maybe I'll have to, I don't know that we have a license for my, severely disabled old cat that never leaves the house. And so shame on me, I'll check. But I think I speak to the kind of consequence of, is it really a worthwhile fee? Thanks.
So, yeah, so I'm going to make a few comments and then we've been half an hour on this, so we're going to get on to considering the question, but I'll make a couple of comments. Now, first, two things to agree with Councillor Stack on. First, the Integrity Commissioner complaint fee. I don't support the Integrity Commissioner complaint fee. I think that really does put a chilling effect on complaints to the IC, and there should be no barriers to IC complaints. So I will not support that. On the animal control fees, I also agree that we should be eliminating animal control fees. I've never quite understood why we are in that business. And we don't get much uptake on because people aren't doing it, and it isn't a major problem. And we're just creating a lot of paperwork and not really doing a lot with it. So I think we should be doing a broader review of that. That's not specific to the fee question; it's a broader policy question, I think, but it is related. On the planning and development fees, Councillor Halpin raised that. We did some very significant increases to planning and development fees. I think that we want to be on a progression toward cost recovery, but I also don't think that we want to create such a shock that we are creating an issue in terms of our broader goal, which is to ensure that we are attracting people to build affordable and attainable housing in the community. So I think we want to make sure that we are moderate in how the pace at which we increase those rates. So I think we need to evaluate that. We also have taxi licensing fees in here. The deputy mayor referenced that in terms of ride sharing, and I think that that's a really important consideration. We need to have a broader policy discussion on the taxi licensing policy framework and decide whether or not we will license taxis, and if so, how we will license them and how we will have a fair system. I can say this, having been doing some work on the ride sharing file recently, our regulatory framework is an impediment to the introduction of ride sharing in our community and in rural communities just in general. And so we need to be considering that policy framework and the fees associated with it. So that's another thing that I think we need to probably get into our 2025 business plan. Finally, I wanted to reference the building permit fee reduction. This is something that I spoke about 2 budgets ago, seeing that we are collecting a very large building reserve from our building permits. And this is part of why I think we're doing this review, frankly, is because of that, to evaluate whether those are the right fees to be charging. You've recommended a 10% reduction in our building permit fees. And I just wonder, could you speak to the reasoning for that 10%? How do you, when I read all of the fees and compare them to our competitors, it's hard for me to gather where a 10% reduction comes from. So can you just speak to how you arrived at that number as opposed to some other number?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the exact same methodology used for all of the other fees. It's looking at an activity-based costing analysis. In this case, in the average year, a building would like to be ideally recovering 100% of costs. When we did the analysis, we found that for those 2 fees, you were recovering more than 100%, hence would be contributing to a surplus, which is how we arrived at the 10%. Very similar inputs to that as well, with the direct costs, the indirect costs, and capital costs, if applicable.
So what we're talking about here is we are currently recovering 110% of our costs on building permit fees, and we're talking about reducing it by 10% to get back to 100%. Is that a fair way to express that?
Yeah, it's a good way to summarize it. Yeah.
Okay, so full cost recovery, but not over recovery of costs. I think that's a good policy and the right place to be. So that's good. And I just one more question on that. Where does that locate us and compared to our comparators then in terms of building permit fees? We do this 10% reduction. Are we on the high end, the low end? Where do we stand in general with our comparators on building permit fees?
Yeah, and if you look at the appendix of the main report, you can see the numbers for all the comparators in there. Unfortunately, with those comparators, some of them roll plumbing permit fees in, so they appear a bit higher than they are relative to Saugeen Shores. But when baselined, that would put Saugeen Shores at probably the low end of a little bit lower than average when compared to the peers in the report.
Okay, that's good information. So those are my comments. I want to, as I say, I don't want to go on too long. I'd like to get on to considering the question. Are there further comments? The Deputy Mayor, quickly.
There is a page in the report, it's page 17, that talks about how the cost recovery levels were, there's 5 levels described. I think it would be helpful in some of the categories where there's changes to have a sense of how they were viewed in terms of the levels, because they look at proposed cost recovery below 20%. So it kind of gets at some of what we're getting at. But I couldn't find any indication of how the chart related to the numbers. So in some cases that might be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to, on the fly, change the recommendation, and you guys can tell me to go away if you don't like it. But I would change the recommendation to be that council receive the municipal services fee and charges review final report and direct staff to return with a report on implementation. Is there any concern with that? If not, then I'll ask all in favor. Opposed, if any? That's carried. Okay. So now we'll move on to item 2, which is our Cottage Streets design study. And thank you very much to our consultants, I should say, and to our staff who presented that. So we'll move on to item 2, Cottage Streets Study Draft Report. And we'll turn that over to our Supervisor, Development and Engineering. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time, Mayor Charbonneau and members of council and everyone in attendance. So tonight I'll be reviewing my report. So during the 2020 Transportation Master Plan, there was an increased level of engagement regarding the streets that residents identify as cottage streets. That is within the town of Saugeen Shores. Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited has prepared the Cottage Street Report. It's a comprehensive investigation of roadways that meet the characteristics of cottage streets within the town. So staff initiated the process to determine new cross-sections in the fall of 2023. Paradigm is here, Jean Chartre, said that, I butchered his name, I'm so sorry, to go over his report and his presentation. So.
Don't forget your mic there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. As Jamie has mentioned, we're here to speak about the results of the Cottage Street study. As Jamie mentioned, the intention of the study when it was initiated was to provide guidance and clarity for residents and town staff when the municipality is considering the reconstruction of what are referred to as cottage streets. And I'll talk a little bit in a second about the process that we've gone through to define what a cottage street is, but it was nominally those roads that exist in close proximity to the Lake Huron shoreline all the way through the town. Our task when we were engaged was basically 2 things. One was to provide some design standards or guidance with regards to the method in which these roads would be reconstructed, and to identify a list of potential cottage streets where this revised approach to construction would be applied. The study that we went through has evolved into sort of a 3-phase exercise, where we did a degree of research and development of some proposal of some design guidance, as well as a candidate list of cottage streets. We then had the opportunity to consult with the public through a series of events last fall, where we gathered some feedback. And then based on that feedback, we've gone through the process of developing the report that's before you this evening. And I think nominally maybe the most significant element of it is the attachment that speaks to the design guidelines for cottage streets. And that's what's before you this evening for consideration. So when I spoke first that we got underway with some design exercises, we did a fairly thorough literature review via an online search through the internet. We searched a variety of different words that related to cottage streets or anything that related to waterfront areas. And although we found some fairly useful references, there was nothing exactly the same that we could find in any online search that we conducted. We did find that there was some guidance from other Canadian municipalities around the area of complete streets, which I'll talk a little bit further about as we go through. Some of the processes and the criteria that other municipalities are using to look at, sort of treating streets uniquely and differently. As well as we also reference some industry guidebooks and standards that give us, recommended dimensions around things like vehicle lane widths of other features that go within the road allowance and or right of way. So we use those to help in developing the cottage street design guidelines. We did have some advice from members of the public during the consultation. So we did research additional documents. There was some useful information, but generally the content wasn't exactly applicable to what we were doing for the purposes of this study. Now, this is a long definition of a cottage street, but I think as you will appreciate sort of as we go through this, there is no one cottage street that is alike from another. They all do have some unique characteristics that requires a unique consideration of the locations based on their specific characteristics. So we've described them as character streets in the urban beachfront areas of the town that function as a local road. So they are designated in the town's official plan as a local road. But they tend to have narrower rights of way, generally are shorter in length, typically have narrower pavement widths, and may or may not meet sort of typical engineering standards. So there's sort of a bit of I'm not going to say a randomness to them, but there is a degree of uniqueness depending on the particular setting. So the other thing that's important to recognize is that we're dealing with public roads. We're not dealing with private roads as part of this exercise. So it is a road that's under the municipality's jurisdiction, and it provides public access to year-round and to seasonal residences that provide access to the beachfront area. Now, in identifying potential cottage streets, we tried to find some commonalities amongst a series of roads that tended to fall within proximity of the Lake Huron shoreline. And we came up with a series of characteristics or criteria that differentiate cottage streets from other local town roads. So one of the key ones was that it did provide access to year-round and seasonal dwellings primarily. That was its primary purpose. It was designated as a local road in the official plan. The road fell within the zoning designation in the town's zoning bylaw of the residential first density, which tends to represent most of those cottage-like properties that are adjacent to the beachfront. We found that they tended to be on the west side of Highway 21 within 700 meters of the waterfront, tended to have a speed limit that was 40 kilometers per hour or less, had a right-of-way width that was 20 meters or less, often less, and had a narrower pavement surface than the typical 8.5 meters that the town designs its local roads to. So in applying or looking at those characteristics, and I think one of the things to clarify is that we use them as a guidance in terms of identifying the recommended cottage streets. I would hazard to say that not every single road meets all of those exact criteria, but they meet most of the criteria. So in the Southampton area, we have identified 24 recommended cottage streets. In the remainder of the municipality, there would be 20 for a total of 44 cottage streets based on the characteristics that we've identified that differentiate a cottage street. As I mentioned, we did some public consultation last fall, sort of end of November, beginning of December. The events were advertised through the town's website. There was some direct communication to community groups and residents associations. We did the 3 events. We did one in Southampton, we did one in Port Elgin, as well as we did one online to enable whoever wasn't able to attend in person to participate in the process. Our presentations at each of the events involved giving an overview of the study in terms of why we were doing it, what we've learned through the research that we've done, things of that nature, sort of a background. We also illustrated some proposed cross sections because when we were engaged initially, the thought was that the town would be looking for an alternative design standard from its typical standard for roadways. So the focus initially was on looking at, could we come up with a typical cross section for a cottage street? So we presented those at the public meeting. We showed a series of 5 different cross sections at the meetings. Some were just variations with or without sidewalk as an example. We also presented the criteria for potential cottage streets and listed the candidate roads at the time. Some of the other activities that were performed in terms of engaging the public through the process was information presented on the town's website. So typically after the public meetings, we would present the information. We also made, as I mentioned, notice to folks that the public meetings were occurring through the town's website. The town also administered an online survey, which we received 173 responses to. Generally, there was sort of a series of a couple of general questions as to whether people supported the concept of differentiating these cottage streets from other town roads, as well as some of the criteria that we were looking at in terms of differentiating cottage streets. So generally what we found was that most people supported the idea of differentiating cottage streets. About 84% of the 173 respondents felt that that was an appropriate way to go. And then as you can see in the slide, there was some various comments about their concerns, though, about designating cottage streets. I won't get into reading them, but there was a variety of different opinions about what could happen if the municipality were to head along the path of identifying cottage streets as something different from a typical local road. Now, something we learned, I think it came out quite loud and clear, and I think you heard from some of the earlier comments, was that a one-size-fits-all process of coming up with design guidance for cottage streets wasn't going to fit the bill. The different streets certainly have different needs and priorities, depending both on their location and their context. So we felt it was important to revisit the concept of coming up with some standard cross sections to go more to a practice of what's called complete streets design. And it's actually something that's articulated in the town's transportation master plan as a concept for moving forward with the design, construction, and operation of town roads. So we're implementing the direction that's already come forward from council in terms of approaching the decision-making around the design of cottage streets consistent with the complete streets approach. Also through the process of hearing from the public, as well as the research that we completed, it became apparent that we had to look at the roadway right-of-way, or the space within the public right-of-way for the roadway, as a series of components that would add together to create the street. So we started to look at the various elements of a street. So there are the boulevard elements. Those are the items that are outside of the curb or the back of pavement. And there are the elements that are within the roadway. So the paved surface, the edge of pavement treatment, as well as any of the services that might be within the actual roadway area. So we started looking at the idea of the cottage street as a series of elements that would be added together to create a cross section, depending on the specific circumstances. Beginning, of course, though, with sort of a concept to start with, and then we would work from the initial concept. So the various different considerations and criteria that go into making up a cottage street, as I mentioned, was the roadway. So something that we looked at was setting a target speed. So speed is one of the sort of the fundamental elements of roadway design, and any of the roadway design features that you build, you first reference a speed to determine, because it's related to physics and geometry and things of that nature. So you look at referencing a speed. So in the transportation master plan, it set that the target speed for a cottage street should be 30 kilometers per hour, which tends to be lower than the design speed on other local roads in the town. We also looked at the types of vehicles that would typically be traversing a cottage street because you didn't want to design them over for the once in a lifetime vehicle that may make its way onto a cottage street. Ends up with design elements that are sort of out of character for the type of area. We also looked at lane widths, recognizing that there needed to be sort of minimum lane widths to safely accommodate vehicles as well as pedestrians and other road users. So we looked at that, also taking into consideration things like parking, traffic calming, cycling facilities, those sorts of things in building up the cross section. And I know that, one of the items that had garnered quite a bit of interest is the edge of pavement treatment. So whether it needs to be curb and gutter, whether it should be a shoulder, things of that nature. So we've looked at, sort of differentiating between when you would use one versus the other. In the boulevard area, we've defined the boulevard in terms of 3 different zone areas, depending on what you place in that particular zone in the boulevard. So there's an area where you put, plantings. There's an area where potentially there would be space for pedestrians. And then thirdly, there would be the space between the property line and whatever's remaining. And as part of that, there's considerations for sidewalks, ditches and culverts, landscaping, and street trees are important elements that go into designing the boulevard. And finally, the design specifications are also laid out, or we also gave some consideration to in terms of standard drawings. So the town's standard drawing for a local street, sort of as a starting point, but we need to evolve from there in terms of designing cottage streets. As well as there was quite a bit of discussion in the public about, the types of materials. So I think you heard earlier this evening some concerns about, using concrete in some instances, may there be other materials such as asphalt or grass, depending on the particular circumstances. So originally when we were underway, as I mentioned, our initial charge was to come up with some new cross sections, new design guide for the town. But as we went through the consultation process, it became obvious that there would be more value in creating a process as opposed to some specific drawings that would enable the town to design each of the cottage streets sort of to fit its context. So in lieu of generating a series of, sort of umpteen number of different cross sections to apply for all the different cottage streets, which may not get used or may get used, we felt it was more important to focus on a process. So we've come up with the cottage street design guidelines, which provide, sort of the reason why, so the introduction talks about why you're doing this and, sort of to recognize the unique character of the roadways. The second chapter gets into the specific design guidance around the various different elements that fit within the roadway. And the third chapter, I think, is one of the most sort of important, talks about the design process and provides a decision tree to enable the municipality to go through a structured process of doing trade-off analysis. So if you're faced with a certain size of right-of-way, what do you trade off first? Do you trade off sidewalks, curb and gutter, those sorts of things, those sorts of decisions that you would go through. And it provides a process for evaluating and deciding on the trade-offs in a structured, consistent manner so that each roadway project is dealt with the same way from start to finish. So in terms of our recommendations to the town, and as you're aware, the report that's in front of you from staff is recommending receive for information. Our recommendation to town staff as well as the council ultimately will be to adopt the recommended definition of a cottage street because it really is fundamental to being able to determine, sort of differentiate these particular roads from other public roadways within the municipality. We've also provided some criteria for identifying the typical characteristics of a cottage street, a list of recommended cottage streets, and finally, that there's a set of guidelines that we think would be useful for the municipality to apply in future cottage street reconstruction projects. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or obviously members of staff would be the appropriate source as well.
That's great. Thank you very much. So there is a recommendation that the cottage streets study draft report be received for information. And I think just to reiterate right off the top that we are just receiving this for information. And so this is an opportunity for council to provide some feedback. And what we'll be getting down the road, I assume, is some reports from our staff on how we could actually implement this. But for tonight, we're here to hear your feedback and receive this information. So questions or comments from members? We'll start with Councillor Helphin and then Grace.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Thanks for this report. It is a good report. I really like the way it's clearly laid out. I like the process you have. I tend to think that perhaps some of the public was worried that coming out of tonight, we're just going to be paving all these streets right away. And I think this process shows that we're willing to listen. We're willing to not do a one size fits all. And I really like the process that it's put through there. So I'm happy with with this report and ready to receive it for information. I do have a couple of just real quick questions though. Is it true that you know, the curbs don't have to be barrier curbs. Curbs can be rollover curbs. I'm going to add a couple of parts at once for speed, and that those curbs do protect the edge of the pavement. And the reason we don't have them on Highway 21, you're not supposed to be driving off Highway 21 at 80 kilometers an hour. And also that those curbs do help direct the flow of water. So kind of three questions at once, but thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. You know, during the consultation, there was certainly a lot of discussion about the merit of curb and gutter. And I appreciate that and I think this is sort of, you know, sort of the thinking along the guidelines is that it's not necessarily appropriate in all circumstances. So in terms of this sort of form of curb and gutter, there's a variety of different forms of curb and gutter. The town's typical standard is not a barrier curb. The town's typical standard is a mountable rollover curb, and that's present on most of the local roads within the municipality. There are a few locations within the municipality that have barrier curb, likely installed. I don't know the history of them, but likely installed either from a drainage perspective to control parking, or some other reason for establishing a firm 6-inch barrier to the edge of the roadway. But they don't have to be barrier curbs. And the recommendation actually is to continue the town's practice of doing a mountable curb where they would be. So in essence, it's a concrete edge. It doesn't form a 6-inch barrier along the way. From a structural perspective, curbs do perform a number of different functions. And again, depending on the nature and the design of the curb, it performs a different function. In urban areas or in more urban areas, curbs are used to delineate the edge of the road for a variety of reasons. One's to avoid parking sometimes, one's to help set an edge for the purposes of roadway maintenance. And another function it does perform, it does provide some structural adequacy. And I know that there were some comments about, you know, that on rural roads, you don't necessarily see them. But the pavement edge tends to be further away from where vehicles are driving. So there's usually a shoulder that's partially paved or part paved, part gravel. And that gravel structure that's part of the shoulder is actually holding the road to the edge. So you have what you're seeing now in, like, for example, like Bruce County and other upper tier municipalities, when they reconstruct their major roads, they do provide at least usually a foot outside of the edge of the traveled way to avoid this edge of the roadway breaking away. So, and it's just because of, you know, a variety of different things like snow plowing, it's vehicles getting to the edge, it's vehicles that might, you know, slide over the edge, those sorts of things. So they tend to design the roadway so that there is an element of a paved shoulder. So that's why you don't usually see them as much on county roads. The other aspect too is that with curbs, they also, there's also a safety consideration. So it's not recommended to use a barrier curb on a roadway that carries vehicles more than 60 kilometers per hour, because it actually then causes a bit of a safety hazard. So that's why it's more appropriate to have them in local areas where speeds are lower, so you don't have that, you know, sort of edge of the road run off the road. And from a drainage perspective, they do provide a function from a drainage perspective to help guide water to where its outlet would be. But there are situations where a shoulder can perform a similar exercise. Where you run into trouble usually, though, is as the road starts to age, there tends to become, you know, deformation. There tends to be like gaps where ponding occurs. So water doesn't get nicely to the edge, and that a curb helps to do that, helps to direct the drainage. So, you know, they're good in a lot of circumstances, but not the end all be all solution in every circumstance.
Thank you.
Councillor Grace and Huber, and then Councillor Stack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jean, Jamie, Rahul. First of all, I just want to say that I'm really pleased with the end result here, or at least not the end result, but the evolving result. And the overall approach. And I want to also say that I appreciate the openness with which you accepted comments from residents and kept that process going, even past the deadlines for comment and that kind of thing. You were very flexible, stayed and did a lot of Q&A in the public meetings. That was much appreciated. A couple of other things I wanted to comment before some questions. I appreciate the fact that you included the low impact information that I sent you at a late date, the EPA report, and that you included that in the report. And I think that that's something that's an important consideration, especially with climate change and the effects of that, and something that Ms. Wonder talked about in her deputation, and the fact that we need to perhaps consider other ways of stormwater management as an alternative. The recommendation for 30 kilometers an hour speed is a big concern throughout the municipality, residential areas, not just cottage areas, but I appreciate that as well. So a couple of questions that I had. There are some that just have to do with the streets which were included in the list. Across the river, I think Eckford is on the list, but not other streets like Elm or Hemlock or Oak or Walnut. And I'm wondering why Eckford was included.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Grace. In looking at the specific locations of the roadway, with it being closer to the waterfront, it was felt to be more appropriate from that perspective. The other ones, the other ones were not included because of their current characteristics, that they do already have curb and gutter and have been reconstructed in recent history. So it was at the time of coming up with the criteria, we were focused on identifying the roads where this would apply going forward. So, whether there needs to be retroactive consideration of roads that have already been constructed or reconstructed and then added to the list. But our approach was, if there's a, sort of a foreseeable reconstruction coming, then these would be the roads that would be considered for cottage streets.
Yeah, that's what I thought might be the case, and might also have been a factor in excluding something like Chantry View, which was recently reconstructed, fairly recently.
Correct.
But Beach Road was on the list, and that was quite recently reconstructed. Which takes me to my next question about in the transportation master plan, Adelaide, Island, Chantry View, they're all marked as local roads. But I'm just wondering about the consistency of not, like, I would argue that Adelaide from Huron to the beach should be treated as a cottage road.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. And I will be the first to acknowledge that the list isn't perfect. There are situations where we had to draw, we used as much objective criteria as possible. Things like right-of-way, pavement width, curb and gutter, those sorts of numeric qualifiers that we could. But some of it was a bit subjective in terms of, looking at its reconstruction period, looking at, sort of the adjacent development, looking at the boulevard areas, things of that nature. So it's conceivable that there could be roads. Went back and I looked at those ones, a couple of them, and to a certain extent, they're relatively wider corridors. There isn't as much of the adjacent sort of coming into the road allowance. So that was part of the rationale, but part of receiving it for information gives us the opportunity, if you wish, to go back and revisit some of the locations. We were the first to acknowledge, during the consultation event, there was a number of locations that people brought to our attention and said, hey, these aren't public roads, or why isn't this one on here? And we went back and we looked at those. So, at the end of the day, it's whatever council feels comfortable with in terms of identifying as a cottage street that would be part of this process and giving you a defensible reason for it. And I think that there can be some further refinement at this point. And the other thing that we struggled with a little bit is there were some circumstances where there were some limitations in the data that we were analyzing in terms of right-of-way widths and pavement widths that we think it would be beneficial to go back with town staff and do a little bit more thorough investigation of the particular roads now that they are potentially identified as recommended cottage streets.
So follow up on that. I've got a few more on my list, like Victoria Street South between Cole and Huron, and Albert Street South between Cole and South in that Perkins area. Would you like me to send you a list of those as opposed to kind of piling on here? Okay.
Yes, Mr. I think it would be helpful.
I did want to make a general point though, and that is in response to Mr. Bowden's comment on behalf of the SRA, Southampton Residents Association, and the fact that there may be some, and there are, I can think of some lanes and narrower streets outside of the cottage area where I think these design guidelines would be appropriate as well. So I can include that. And the thing about there is a methodology saying here that if a street isn't on the cottage street list that's finally approved, there is a way of getting it treated according to the cottage design guidelines, but it's kind of an unwieldy process. If I'm reading it correctly, it means that it's got to come to council, and I don't know if that's something we could do in one fell swoop with a bunch, or if it's something we have to do street by street. And so that's another question.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Grace. So when we were putting together the guidance in terms of how to approach this, it was my opinion that council would establish the initial list of roads that qualify as cottage streets. So then staff would have, firm direction, the public would have direction as to which roads are on the list. If there was one that wasn't on the list and didn't fall within sort of the defined area of where a cottage street would typically be, I wanted to leave the latitude that it could be addressed at a later point in time, because that was something that actually came up during the public consultation, was concern from some folks if their road wasn't on and they felt it was appropriate for, a different consideration. But I didn't want to leave it purely at discretion at sort of a general application, that there did need to be council consideration. And it's building on a principle that's actually in the town's development manual currently, for the consideration of areas that don't develop on full, sort of urban services. So those matters need to come before council to be considered on full urban services. I appreciate the comment about potentially being unwieldy, but I think I was sort of thinking through the various different permutations and combinations of how it could play out. And I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility to leave it general, in the sense that you don't always know when the process starts, whether it might be appropriate to, there'll be certain roads that'll go, yeah, probably makes sense that we should be treating it like cottage streets. But there may be certain roads you start down the path where it appears like it would be a typical urban reconstruction project. And then as you get into the specifics and the details of it, as you go through the consultation process, it may warrant further reconsideration. So there's a degree of flexibility with this approach, but if council deems it or feels it's necessary to be more specific, then there's ways in which we could write the policy specifically, or more specifically, to meet your expectations.
Sorry, I've got another follow-up. So in that process, then, I think that was another question I sent staff earlier. At what point do you have, if you've got that street that's not on the list, at what point do you do the public consultation?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could do it at any time. And I guess that's probably one of the sort of challenges in terms it leaves it a little bit undefined, but on the other hand, it leaves flexibility. So if it is council's desire that it be more definitive in terms of how the process goes, there's different ways you can set it up, whether you do, at the point of setting the budgets, staff has a good appreciation of, the local road network and locations where it might be appropriate to do that. So maybe those are flagged during the budget process as part of bringing the budget forward. Maybe it's, maybe there's an initial consultation meeting when you're contemplating the projects, but there's different ways in which you could handle it, and be happy to offer some suggestions on different ways it could be done. And whichever one best suits the municipality's approach, then adopt that approach.
Okay. Just one more thing on wording, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. One was about just the, there was an item which was talking about target speed. And I was asking staff if you could change the wording from motor vehicles will, helping to ensure that motor vehicles will travel at the target speed. And I was just asking you to consider saying at no more than the target speed. Also, with regard to sidewalks, that I know this is in conflict with the development manual, but I'd rather see sidewalks may be provided as opposed to should be. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The deputy mayor and then Stack.
Thank you, and through you, I also agree with Councillor Grace about a couple of the streets. The comment about Eckford, Eckford, of course, meanders along and changes its name a few times. It has been developed recently, but it is a tiny little street that we made decisions on how to do the work there, that it belongs in this whole study or this whole design guideline document because of maybe lessons learned or for future reference, because it does match some of the other areas. I wanted to, Beach Road, I didn't understand why Beach Road was in there. I think there's some distinctions with roads that are connective routes down to parking areas at the beach, and Beach Road hits one of those. I looked at this study really as about us making sure that we pay attention to safety and function, given some changes that are happening in the community. And I appreciated Betsy's comment, and I'm going to use it sometime, the historic simplicity of the streetscape. There are changes, though, that some of what is in here reflects some of that. And certainly, we need to be paying attention to that. I don't know how parking fits into this, but I think and I appreciated Charles Hazel's comments too with his research with the census documents. I believe that some of the streets mentioned on the list have more and more residents during the year and more residents within a structure. So there are some issues with parking over the course of 12 months now. And I'm not sure how that can be captured in some of this, but I think we have parking situations on some of these streets that really impede safety and the function of the streets. And certainly, we've got some changes coming with short-term rentals. There's more signs all over the place. So there's people that are not longer-term seasonal residents and maybe not as familiar with the community. So I certainly hope that as we continue along with this process, we really take a good look at parking on some of these streets and make sure that we're fitting that into the safety and function thing. Just a couple of things. I noticed throughout the document, in a few places, there was mention of the potential for curb extensions. Personally, I don't think curb extensions fit into any of these streets. I'm a big fan of curb extensions downtown, and we'll speak highly of the need for them on High Street in Southampton when we get to that process. But I don't think we should even have the mention of curb extensions here. These are small streets, and sticking something out to improve pedestrian safety. I don't see how that would add something. So I certainly, didn't understand that as a possibility. I did want to ask though, and I apologize for not asking in advance, do we still have a zoning situation in Southampton that comes back a distance from the shore that creates a special policy area? Is that, it was in place the last time I was on council, it's not there anymore?
I think staff can get back to you on that one. I don't know if we have any members,
The
any
reason-
bond president who can just give you an
Yeah,
answer right now.
the reason why I asked is that, as we kind of do these layers and create things, sometimes, we should try and pay attention to maybe something that already exists and just see, instead of having a line here and a line there. Because I remember there was a special policy area that kind of hit the 750 meter, 700 meter mark back and that sort of thing. But I see lots of opportunity here. I hope that we find ways to work in appropriately community consultation, particularly with people whose streets are impacted, but it's about safety and function. And I do think we have some issues on some streets. I'll mention Perkins, for example, that there are times during the year when you can't drive down that street because of people parked inappropriately. And that worries me because safety is part of this too. And if you can't drive down without honking and getting somebody to move, how on earth could a fire truck get through there? So thank you very much for the report. I'll just leave it with curb extensions. I don't feel play a role in cottage streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stack, and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll just start by saying, I think I've maybe provided one comment on the various iterations of the cottage street studies that we've sort of talked about over the last year. So this comment as some of mine do, come a bit out of left field, but just in thinking and listening to some of the the open forum discussions, I want to challenge this notion that the only historic or character streets that warrant this type of analysis are limited to 700 meters from the water. I think I've made this point before that Saugeen Shores is on the east and the west side of the highway. So and perhaps there's policies that exist. I'm certainly not a transportation master plan expert. Are there similar considerations for other streets that are historic and have similar or greater character than some of what we've now defined as cottage streets that may merit a similar review and consideration? Or is it the view that if it's not near the water, it's not historic? I actually don't know who to direct that question.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, to my knowledge, there isn't, but I could definitely.
Have you looked?
I've looked to a certain extent, but I wouldn't necessarily say that my opinion is definitive because
So I'll go ahead and again, I think that's indicative of the challenge here. If you're comfortable saying that there are no other historic streets in the community, recognizing that the community didn't actually just start at the water. So I'm a little concerned that now our consideration is limited to those streets that have line of sight to the water effectively, because there are other streets in the community that have interesting character that may merit the same consideration.
The Director of Development Services wants to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I think another added point to the answer to that it's an important question, comes from the policy of the wording that Councillor Grace was exploring with our consultant. We're talking about, there's some challenges with it, but I think the purpose of it is to recognize that there may be other streets in the town of Saugeen Shores which are narrow, constrained, challenging. I don't think we need to be too preoccupied with the word historic, but that provide unique challenges. And I think what Gene has put forward is part of his recommendations is the town should have a way of extending this kind of approach to areas that are outside of the list that's right here. So I think that's the intent.
Yeah, certainly through Mr. Mayor and to Councillor, I apologize. I misunderstood your question in the sense that I was interpreting it, are there guidelines for other character streets within the municipality? And to my knowledge, there aren't guidelines for other character streets, but I would concur with you that there are a number of streets within the municipality that have unique heritage and context. And but to date, the focus has been on specifically these roads that are close to the waterfront.
Okay, so I think maybe my comment then, just to reiterate, is, and I've made this comment before in other sort of considerations is like, from my mind, if we're gonna have this type of analysis and this type of consideration for cottage streets, and I would prefer a more direct policy assessment of how we could apply a similar consideration for other streets, because a lot of our analysis focuses on the west side of the highway. And there are folks and community members and electorate and taxpayers who live on the other side of the highway, and they're the entirety, accessibility, history, historic character, all deserve and merit similar consideration. So my position is, if we're going to accept this report, I'd love to hear an interest from, or a desire to explore the opportunity to expand that analysis to the rest of the community that's beyond the water.
Okay, thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there was a comment made by one of the presenters, and I agree with Councillor Grace on this one, is that about sidewalks, and in my notes to Councillor Grace about should be installed versus maybe. I really do think that wording should change. I think there are some streets that sidewalks won't be required. So I think maybe is good language. I wanted to thank Jean, you and Mark and Raul and Jamie. I think that this is a great start. And I think the nice part about this document is it says receive for information. And I see this as a living document, and I think it's a bit of a moving target. And I think that adopting something, it's cast in stone. This is receiving for information. So there's going to be lots of opportunity from what I'm hearing. I heard you say flexibility. I heard you say further reconsideration. And I heard you say some other things leading to me believing that there's going to be community consultation. When streets are reconstructed, there needs to be further consultation. So I think that this is a good start. It can be amended. And Mr. Bowden mentioned a comment about, historic areas versus cottage streets. And I guess one of my questions is, Jean, with the terms of reference, when you were awarded this contract, and the title was, I guess, Cottage Streets Design Guidelines, was the whole idea around historic areas versus cottage streets, was that considered in the beginning, or was it from the outset? Was it talked about cottage street, not as much as historic areas?
The CAO is going to make a comment to that.
Maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, I think, to be clear, the Cottage Street study was brought forward through the business planning process, and we outlined what the scope of the study was going to be, and we put that out for RFP, and Jean bid on it. So I think, to be fair, that was the scope we put on it as a request from council through the business plan.
I just want to have that clarified, what the terms were from the beginning. And one of the things there was talking about, and it came out pretty, I think it's page 55, I think, of 85, but can't have to scroll through it, but talked about the areas that people are most concerned about, and that is character of the neighborhood. And so I think it was 88% of the people who responded said character of the neighborhood is really important. And I heard Mr. Bowden say again, the unnecessary use of concrete. And concrete can change the character of a neighborhood. There's no question about it. So is that a very important part of your study, Jean, when you're coming up with your final recommendations about character of the neighborhood?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Vice Deputy Mayor. So when we were our initial view on this was it would be a series of cross sections. That was where this started. Then as we got into the consultation process, it became apparent that it was more process than product, right. Helping the municipality establish a process. So things like materials are an important part of the process. Typically, there's, if you're looking at some sort of edge of pavement treatment that takes the form of a gutter, and some form of curb, it doesn't have to be barrier. In most cases, it's concrete, just because of the lifespan and the maintenance and the ongoing treatment of it is usually the case. But there are, as we point out in the guidelines, there are situations where an asphalt edge of pavement would be appropriate to help, with drainage in some locations, so an asphalt gutter. And there may be some locations where it is, easing into a shoulder may be appropriate as well. So You know, I think one of the sort of struggles in terms of this is to make sure that there's clear guidance on some things, but where there needs to be flexibility, leave that flexibility. And one of the items that we think there is more need to have a little bit more definitive opinion is probably around the use of concrete for curb and gutter. It tends to be a much better practice in the longevity of the asset and the infrastructure. So, but there are going to be circumstances where it may not apply. And I think we've left the flexibility to acknowledge that that may occur, but the general practice would be concrete.
Right. Just to finish up, one of the things I really like about it is that, I attended the public meeting upstairs in the Rotary Hall. And by the way, I want to thank Councillor Grace for bringing this whole Cottage Street report forward. I think it's a great thing, great start. When I was upstairs, I must admit that, the 5 options you were presenting, the cross sections, and it to me looked a little bit hard and probably not too negotiable. At least that's the impression I got the first night. But what I'm seeing now, I think there's a whole lot more flexibility and room for community consultation for each of these reconstruction projects. I like that. And again, receiving for information is the way to go, because you start adopting something. I just think staff have really, I think we've listened, but there's more room for change here. I think we can still tweak it, but I think it's a great start. So thanks for your great work.
Okay, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I agree with what everyone has said. It's a wonderful report. And what I like most about it is it's a start. And I think someone has said it's fluid, it's flexible, it can change. It might get better, it might not, doesn't matter. At least it's there, and I agree with a lot of the recommendations. There may be some, like sidewalk issue, I may back off on. But on the other hand, with the gutters, I agree. Concrete is the route to go because it's low maintenance and of its longevity. But again, do they want that on a cottage street? We've got to do some public consultations. And we've talked about doing more public consultations. And the one thing I haven't heard today, we've had 3. 2 last November and the virtual one, I think, early December. Why can't we do one in the summertime when the other Cottage Street owners are around and can have their say? You could say, well, they could have taken part in the web survey we had. They could have been virtual. Yeah, but usually they aren't, out of sight, out of mind. But if we did one in the summertime where Cottage Street participants, other than the full-time residents, would have a chance to have their say, I think would make a big difference in my mind. I don't know if you have a comment on that or not, but that's how I feel.
The CAO has a comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll look to my staff to correct me if I'm not correct, but I believe that the intent with this study was to move it forward in a time frame that would help us with the 2024 construction schedule. So we have some capital projects that we wanted to have this work in place and completed. So we had a good set of guidance in order to move those projects forward. The other piece I'll maybe highlight is when the words public consultation are used in a future tense, I believe what we're talking about is related to the specific street that's under construction. So just to manage expectations there, I don't think the intent is that there would be a community-wide public consultation on the reconstruction of a specific road. But much like we've done with other projects, we're notifying the community or that surrounds it, the adjacent property owners. We're having conversations with them about the design. But I think if I'm correct, I'm seeing a few nods. It's not a broader community consultation when we're down to the detailed design for a specific road.
Thank you for that, Kara. And that's fine. But again, those consultations for that one road or a series of roads could take place in the summertime and allow the cottagers to have their say as well. That's all I'm saying. I know we've just heard a series of people speak on cottage streets and they're full-time residents. Great, no problem at all. But I think we owe it because of the very, what it's called, cottage streets, that if you're going to deal with a specific street, and I guess I could pick one, whatever one you want to do, I'll bet you there's summer residents that live on that street and should have a say as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you guys very much for coming in and giving us this presentation this evening. I would agree with my colleagues to the extent that it was a good report, and I think indicative of the municipality's overall intention to look at these streets as unique streets and to plan to construct them and to reconstruct them in a way that is sensitive to the existing conditions as well as the context of those streets. And it's interesting that it comes right back to this complete streets concept, which is in the transportation master plan. And it doesn't just, that concept doesn't just apply to these streets, it applies to every street in the municipality. This notion that, as we look at new streets or existing streets, we will, well, it says right here, we will consider the context, plan function, and existing conditions to dictate the design. So this is looking at this specific set of streets and saying, how exactly would you implement that? And I think that you've gotten a really good you've taken a really good crack at trying to figure out a process for how to do that. It's going to require making trade-offs. You've given us a bit of a rubric for how to make trade-offs. And I think that that's always going to be the case, right? We are going to have things we're going to need to put in those roads. There are going to be priorities that we're going to have to achieve. And there's also an existing context on the ground that we want to maintain. I think just the fact that we've done this exercise demonstrates the municipality's recognition that we do want to try to maintain as much of those features that make those roads special as we possibly can in the context of what we also have to do to reconstruct those roads and to reconstruct the services that are underneath those roads. So I think there'll always be some give and take in these things, and we can talk with as we proceed with these projects, we can talk with the neighborhoods about what those trade-offs are. I do understand, though, that we are going to receive back some recommendations from the administration in terms of what you presented us today and how we can implement it formally. So I think staff will receive all that you have said and all that the public has said, both today and throughout these meetings, synthesize that and come back to us with a set of recommendations. And hopefully those recommendations will approximate what we all want to see. But thank you very much. So there is a recommendation that we receive this report for information, and I will ask all in favor. That is carried. It's 9 p.m. Why don't we break for 5 minutes and we'll reconvene. Need to get council back to its seats here, everybody. We're going to call this thing back to order. We have a lot to do here, so if we can get members of council to take your seats so we can reconvene, please. Yeah. Calling John Davinsky. There, nope, that's not him. That's Kristen. I was only looking out of my peripheral vision. We will start back up again. Councillor Davinsky is not here, but we do need to carry on. Hopefully he'll be back shortly, but we will call the meeting back to order. I guess we're okay we're live streaming and everything? Okay. Okay, so we are going to move on then to the third report, third staff report, which is the 2024 Major Initiatives Division and Capital Highlights Q1 update, the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have my overview prepared tonight, but in respect of time, I'll hold that. I'll look to my friends in comms to help me figure out how to get that narrative out to our staff, because it is always a good moment every quarter to celebrate the successes and the work that's happening against our 2024 business plan. I will just highlight that we have 43 major initiatives, 89 division highlights, and 51 capital highlights this year that we're moving forward. But I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have after reviewing the information.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council receive the 2024 Major Initiatives Division and Capital Highlights Q1 update report for information. I will just say to appreciate the CAO not giving us the whole report this evening in respective time, but I do encourage you to send out all that your whole narrative to council. I know members of council are eager to see that whole thing as well. So the CAO will send it to us, and there's going to be questions or comments. We'll start with the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm disappointed that everybody left, because sometimes when you click on something, this live feed links that's mentioned here, sometimes when you click on stuff, you get error messages and all kinds of other things. But this time it worked. And I was a little bit initially disappointed. And then it's like, oh, wait, you have to wait for it to load. I know, because it just seemed, but then, I've clicked on most of them. And so this is good messaging. And I'm sure that over time we'll speed up the time, but certainly I think this was a good initiative. Can I ask a question about one of them? Okay, and I don't mean to put, is he even here still? No, he's not. Josh isn't here anymore. Okay, I'll hang on to that comment. But the other one is I happened to click open the development one while I was sitting here. The comment about the tree stuff, where is it on here? It says that we're 40% complete on the tree initiative, which is about a tree cutting bylaw and some other things about tree planting. Develop and implement an urban tree canopy plan. When will we see just how that's unfolding? Because 40% sounds good.
Director of Development Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The gauging of how many percent of the way through a process we are, in this case, it's influenced to a great degree by the amount of preparation that's gone into the project. And happy to advise that the consultation for that will be starting very soon in an online format with our new Engage site. And we continue to work to develop a public open house for the springtime. I don't have a date, but it's very close to being announced.
Okay, thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor, and then Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment and then I have a question, but just to staff, like Kara, when I see the number of projects 43 major initiatives, 90 division highlights, 51 capital highlights. It's really quite fascinating how much is going on in this community. And I really would suggest to members of the community, if you want to find out what's going on, this is on our website, obviously. And a lot of good stuff in here happening in the first quarter in particular, but certainly for the rest of the year. But take a look to the members of the public, because it's a really, there's something in here for everyone in our community, or most in our community. So I just want to thank all of our department heads for the great work putting this together. And well, one thing I liked, the flexibility, operational. There is community services 12-month ICE strategy new, blue box transitions new, safe to school implementation new. So there's flexibility, and I know back when we were talking about the 10-year capital forecast, I specifically asked, is there going to be flexibility to change that plan? Shows here there's lots of good flexibility with these new initiatives, and it's going to happen. So I appreciate that, Karen and staff, that there's that kind of flexibility. Just one quick question on the operations, automatic vehicle locations, 2022. What is that, and where are those locations again?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll give it a try, but I may look over to my friends in the corner who handled this. But this is a system on the actual vehicles themselves, so that we can track where the vehicles are, and mostly for operations and insurance purposes.
Oh, right. That's okay. Remember now. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you. Just really quickly, the live feed feature is fantastic. A couple of quick things. I was glad to see the portable public washrooms at the Southampton Town Hall on track for this spring. And I know I've already talked to Kristen about the fact that the beach and water wheelchair program is in motion for this season. That's great. Happy, of course, to see that we're continuing the food cycler program, and that Saugeen Shores is one of the leaders in Ontario in this program. So that's wonderful. And also that IT is working on the rural broadband rollout for the county, which is so important to have all of our residents have that capability. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? I'll just reiterate really what the Vice Deputy Mayor said. As I say, every time this comes forward, every member of the community who's interested in what the municipality is doing beyond what you read just in the headlines, this is a great thing to see this, to get the full depth and breadth of all of the different things that your municipal government is doing every single day, and making good progress through all of our initiatives so far in 2024. And it really is that up and down tracking, right from development of the business plan through to quarterly reporting, through to final report, year-end report at the end of the year, plus our key performance indicators, that really creates a good open window into how what the municipality is doing and how it's making progress on all of that work. So, so thanks to our CAO and to all of our staff for populating this and making it available to us and to the public for our information. And we do look forward to receiving the broader narrative from the CAO when she's able to send it to us. So you've heard the recommendation, I believe, so I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. All right, so now we're into item 4, which is about the healthcare partnership program. We'll turn that over to the Manager of Strategic Initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the 2024 division highlights for strategic initiatives is to establish a healthcare partnership. The Healthcare Partnership Program staff report and the attachments form the basis for that work. The program outlines the requirements to support 2 goals. One, to support local emergency departments so they remain open 24/7. And the other moves forward the goal that communities be resourced so every resident has access to a family physician. The $150,000 annual funding asked to Bruce Power would be shared with the municipality of Kincardine. The same report and attachments are being presented to the Kincardine Council on Wednesday. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So there's a recommendation that council direct the mayor and chief administrative officer to work with the municipality of Kincardine to advance a request to Bruce Power to fund the healthcare partnership program as outlined. Questions or comments? Councillor Grace and Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jill, for this work. I'm really happy to see this initiative moving forward. I just wondered if you could talk about whether nurse practitioners could be part of this agreement at all, and if not, is there, if you could explain why or why not?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your question, Councillor Grace. The Health Act does not allow nurse practitioners to bill OHIP. So for the municipality to directly recruit nurse practitioners, we would have to have a mechanism to fund their salaries.
Okay. Councillor Davinsky?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I remember the last election, after it was over and I saw the results of the election, I thought maybe this partnership would work again with Kincardine and Bruce Power. And I brought it to your attention, sir. And it looks like that's the route we're going. Considering the news we've heard in Saugeen Shores in the last few weeks, we need something like this to get doctors in here. The crunches, of course, a lot of doctors don't want to be general practitioners anymore. And so finding them is tough, but I think something like this will help. And if there's any need for a counselor or whatever to be on this group, I will gladly put my name forward, although I hope the mayor would also be on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments or questions? I just, oh, sorry, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just, it's a clarification about, it's kind of it's related to doctors, but not so much the Bruce Power, Kincardine, and Saugeen Shores, but just if I could, if you indulge me to ask this question about the medical clinic in Southampton, because it really impacts this. Did we approve funds, Jill or staff, for the renovation of the Southampton Medical Clinic in the lower level for 2024 to make room for additional doctors in the lower level or nurse practitioners? Did we do that?
Director, Community Services.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Approved in the 2024 budget is the installation of an elevator, and then identified in the 10-year forecast is basement renovations.
That's what it was. Do you know what year that is?
I'll look it up quickly for you.
Could you?
Yep.
It impacts, where we're heading with physician recruitment certainly and nurse practitioners. Thank you.
Okay, further questions or comments? I just, I guess I would just say that this is a conversation that has been ongoing, as Councillor Davinsky pointed out, since essentially the last election, and we've had excellent conversations so far with the municipality of Kincardine and Bruce Power, and I just, I want to reiterate what we have always known, that these partnerships are good for our ability to recruit not only physicians, but to support primary care across our municipality. We know that people in our community are badly in need of primary care options, and we want to work as best we can to support that. Obviously, we are not in control of the healthcare system. We aren't even players really in the healthcare system. All we can do is try to provide whatever incentives, whatever encouragement we can to folks who are in that system to work here and provide those services to our residents. And working alone, we've had some success, but certainly we have an awful lot more success working in partnership, particularly with our neighbors. And when it comes to Kincardine, we have I think, a special relationship with Kincardine. We share an awful lot in common with Kincardine, in particular, the fact that we're home to almost all of Bruce Power's workforce. And we are going to be we already have faced growth related to that, and we'll face more growth related to their plans in the future. We're excited about that, but we also recognize that that means we have to do more work to accommodate all those folks coming to our community. So these partnerships help us to do that. And I've been very grateful to Kincardine and to Bruce Power for their openness to having this discussion again and consider re-entering a new version of this agreement, which served us so well in the years gone by. Which just say I try to express as clear as I can how thankful the town of Saugeen Shores is to both Kincardine and Bruce Power for, indulging us in discussions about restarting this partnership. the Schreids has an answer to the question.
Thank you. In 2025, we have the specification and the design, and then in 2026, the construction.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, you've heard the recommendation, and I will ask all in favor. That is carried. Okay, so now we're on to item 5, which is the 2023 capital project closed/carry forward. Any comments from the treasurer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, this report summarizes the 2023 capital financial activity and assigns a closed or carry forward status to different capital projects. Closed projects are closed at the end of 2023, and the project's surplus or deficit is put back to reserve. Carry forward projects are carried forward for further activity in 2024 and include planned multi-year projects. The total surplus of closed projects is just under $1.2 million. And these results are preliminary in nature and may be adjusted through the 2023 financial audit.
So thank you. There is a recommendation that council receive the 2023 capital project close carry forward report for information. Any questions from the members? Vice Deputy Mayor and then the Deputy Mayor.
I have quite a few, but I'm just want to ask one for now. Lamont Sports Park washroom facility, just again, highlight for council what the plans are for washroom construction out there.
Sorry, Director of Community Services.
Yep, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this year, council approved in 2024 funds for design specification, and then funds in 2025 for the installation. Off the top of my head, $750,000 in 2025.
It should be built and open up for summer of 2025, perhaps, hopefully.
Perhaps.
And the canopy, the pavilion, 250 seat pavilion.
If you give me a minute, I can look that up for you.
Just like to know that. Thank you.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask for some confirmation of how to read this. On one of the charts, the last column says carry forward budget variance. And then another chart, the last column is surplus budget variance. Are they different things? I just want to know how I should be reading that.
The surplus variance language is used on closed projects because
Okay.
that's a variance that is essentially final to the project and put back to reserve. The carry forward budget variance, it's a variance at the end of the year, but it's not a true final variance because the project is carrying forward and those funds are being carried forward.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Further questions from members of the director?
Thank you. Just to follow up, the construction of the pavilion is budgeted for $250,000 in 2025.
Perfect. Just a follow up.
Yeah.
For Lamont Sports Park, the washroom facility design this year, I get that, construction 2025. Does that include a canteen attached to the washroom facility, or is it just for the washroom?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council will recall, when we presented the budget, we were requested to split it into the canteen and washroom project. And so it's just washrooms that were approved in the 2024 budget.
So just, would it make sense to include even the shell of the canteen with the washroom facility at the time of planning, or is that strictly looking at washroom plans for? Should you put any thought into, Kristen, about the provisions for a canteen attached to it?
As part of, through you, Mr. Mayor, what we have in the budget right now is just dedicated to washrooms, but we can look offline on that and we can discuss with our staff and get back to you with a response, but I don't think I can answer that tonight.
Even if it's an empty shell, with roughed in electrical and gas, but that's just me talking, but I think we're gonna be needing a canteen there. And to me, it'd be the time to do would be when we're building the washroom facility, even if it's an empty building for a year or two. So, okay.
Okay, further questions from members? I don't see any, so you've heard the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. All right, so now we're on to item 6, which is the proposed strategy, the Port Elgin Reservoir generator and electrical upgrades, and we'll turn that over to the Director of Operations.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the interest of brevity, I hope the report and technical memo were quite clear, and we did attach various pictures, and there was a wonderful video in the technical attachment as well that I hope everyone watched. But the report summary is simply that the Port Elgin Reservoir generator and electrical upgrades were included in the 2024 business plan and operations capital for $1.3 million. Concurrent with this activity, we're also we're finishing the RFP process for the water and wastewater master plan. The water and wastewater master plan may conclude that the right long-term solution for water distribution storage in the Saugeen Shores water system, and in Port Elgin specifically, is that the Port Elgin Reservoir pumping station would not be required. There is the potential that that might be the case, and therefore the $1.3 million would be a reinvestment in a strategy that could change. So we recommend this project be deferred until 2025, pending the results of the water and wastewater master plan study, which is expected to be completed in the first quarter of 2025.
Okay, so there's a recommendation that council defer the 2024 operations capital project, Port Elgin Reservoir generator and electrical upgrades until 2025, pending the results of the water and wastewater master plan study. Are there questions or comments from members? I don't see any, so I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you for that. And then we're on to the 7th item, which is the 2023 Southampton Landfill Monitoring Report and the Manager of Operations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I was hoping I'd have the quickest report, but there's been the CAO may beat me out. So anyway, the annual report is, it's something I bring forward annually. It's part of a condition 6 of the ACA that we bring this report forward. The highlight I'm going to bring your attention to is just it is always the years left remaining at the site, and I'm happy to report that the calculations came in very good this year. We're somewhere in 6 to 8 years, depending on management practices. And the other thing I wanted to report on is that the recommendations that came forward through the report have been reviewed, and they've either been implemented or they already were in practice. So that's good to report on. And then the last comment I'll make is that our 2024 landfill waste management planning goals, which is a project led through Colin Saunders and GM Blue Plan, just that we're on track with everything as far as that plan, and that we're expecting public information centers in May. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, so there's a recommendation that council receive the 2023 Southampton Landfill Site Annual Monitoring Report for information. Questions or comments? The Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Grease.
Thank you, and through you. One of the good decisions, we made lots of good decisions, but one of the good decisions we made a number of years ago was to purchase land adjacent to the existing landfill site. When you say that the environmental assessment process is expected to start this month, it's not for all the other land, it's just for a portion of it? Is that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Grease.
Thank you, and thanks, Larry, for all your work on this. 2 questions. One regarding the leaf and yard waste site. Last year, we had that situation where someone from outside the municipality, I understand, deposited something that included the First Nations artifacts. Do we have any control right now? Like, do we control access to that site, or is it still kind of open?
Yes, good question through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently it is open 24 hours, and we don't really have any measures in place currently or any structured hours. But that is something that our department has been discussing. I've been talking with the manager of Public Works at length. Pete Nechtel, he supports me with that area. And we are, as part of our business plans you'll see coming forward, we are looking at potentially investing in that area, and that will come with a budget ask, and it will hopefully help us better manage and deal with leaf and yard waste.
So my other question is about construction waste. At one time, a couple of years ago, that was the reason given to us as to why the lifespan of the landfill site was decreasing at such an accelerated rate. Is that still true? Are we looking at any methods, further methods? I know we're doing some, but are we looking at further methods of reducing construction waste?
Yes, through you again, Mr. Mayor. It's a good question. And yes, we are always looking for better ways. We are trying desperately to teach or, give information to our contractors to help them hopefully, divert what they can. And sorting is proven to be the best practice. And unsorted waste is much more difficult to compact. So we are talking and discussing. We actually discussed that with my former director, Kristen Schreider, and now with Matt Prentice, that we are going to look at ways and brainstorm ways that we can continue to get the information out there that we do have. It is in the best interest of the municipality if it is sorted.
Thanks. There is a section in the first environmental report about reducing construction waste. So it gives references to other municipalities that have done that and have had some success with some of those methods.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from members? Well, thank you for this report. It is a good report and an interesting report worth repeating. You said you gave us the remaining lifespan between 6 and 8 years, but also important to keep that in the context of the fact that the municipality is working now on plans to ensure that we do not run out of landfill capacity. We've been aware that that the time has been ever decreasing for several years, and we've been making plans to ensure that we can continue to dispose of the waste that we need to, that's generated by the community. So that work proceeds, and I think the public should be reassured that we're doing that work, and also reassured by this report in that it makes it clear that we continue to operate in compliance with all the licenses that the landfill has regulating its operations, and that our staff, does an excellent job. And I think it is clear from this report, the excellent work that staff at the landfill site do, making sure that it operates in compliance and that it's a facility that we can be proud of as a community. So thanks to them and thanks to you. And so you've heard the recommendation, and I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so now we're on to 8.4, which is communications and petitions for the committee, and there's 9 items there. Anybody wish to discuss any of those? The deputy mayor and then Councillor Grace.
I would recommend that we support item 8 on the list, which is the County of Prince Edward asking the province to get busy with helping municipalities meet the deadline for an accessible Ontario by 2025 with a plan and with funding. 2025 is less than 8 months from now. And, so I think there's the way it's written, I think it's worthy of support.
Okay, so that's a motion to support that. As a seconder, Councillor Grace. Just make a comment to it, and I agree with the need for urgency to get AODA implemented as best we can. But this resolution calls to create a municipal accessibility fund for municipalities to develop, implement, and enforce AODA standards related to goods, services, accommodation, employment, and buildings. I'm certain of the municipality's role in enforcing the AODA in those contexts. In fact, I'm not aware of any obligation or any role in the AODA for municipalities to enforce standards in goods, services, accommodations, employments, and buildings. I believe that enforcement arm is reserved to the province. And so this to me is asking the province to essentially, with funding, download that enforcement responsibility, which makes me nervous. So I don't know, and maybe you guys can offer me some reassurance on that or educate me, Councillor Grace.
Well, that was going to be my suggestion for this, like the putting forward number 8 as well, but perhaps can we send this back saying that we our only suggestion would be to remove that enforcement section of the first action clause.
Maybe the clerk, did the clerk have a comment?
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So I have reached out to the clerk of Prince Edward County at this point in time. I haven't received a response back. If before the next meeting I do, I will of course advise council. But certainly that can be a direction that staff can take away when we bring back to council for adoption, that the enforcement piece be stricken from the resolution. Council has the ability to do whatever they wish with these resolutions.
I guess it's been moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councilor Grace. Are you okay with that change, deputy mayor? The deputy mayor is, and so we can take that as amended through a friendly amendment. Just simply strike the word, well, the two words, and enforce. So with that amendment, any other comments? I don't see any, so all in favor of that? That's carried. Any other items to visit from here, the deputy mayor?
It's just a question through you to Councillor Grace. Your environmental ad hoc committee meeting minutes are very good to see. You make mention though of some potential Earth Day activities. Earth Day is, I believe, April 22nd. Do you have anything you can hint at that, it would be good to, get people thinking of what might be coming up? Thank you.
So we created several subcommittees. One of our subcommittees was one that was just going to focus on the question of Earth Day activities. And we realized with the fact that Earth Day is April 20th, that we really didn't have, our time would be best spent by trying to collect information about activities and resources that our residents could source and look at and refer to and participate in. And so then I've been working with Jill and through her, the communications department. And so we provided them with some information that they can then turn into daily social media posts and information for the public to support the town's cleanup effort and to provide information on other things that the town is doing and ways people can get involved. And so that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Further comments on any of these items? I don't see any, so that brings us to the end of the committee of the whole. We will forgo statements by members tonight, so I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Stack, seconded by Halpin. All in favor? Committee stands adjourned. Council will convene at 9:45. we're okay to go? Okay, so we're going to call to order this regular council meeting of April 8th, 2024. Second item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Asking a member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments, so we're on to the minutes. 3 sets of minutes there. And the resolution is the council adopt the minutes of the regular council meetings of March 18th and March 25th, 2024, and note and file the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of March 25, 2024 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Davinsky and the Vice Deputy Mayor. Any questions to any of those sets of minutes? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so that's on to item 5, no public meetings. We're on to item 6, which is a close to public meeting, and there is a resolution that council move into a closed to public session in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392 as follows. B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Stack, seconded by Grace. All in favor? That is carried, and council will now move into closed to public session. Okay, so I have a resolution that council arise from the close to public session and resume the regular council meeting as their mover and seconder, moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. All in favor? That's carried. And I will report from closed that council passed the close to public minutes of March 25th, 2024. We also passed a resolution to extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m. And we gave direction to staff on two matters subject to the Municipal Act exemptions that are written on the agenda. So here we go then. We'll move on to item number 8, which is the report of the Committee of the Whole. And there is a resolution there with 6 items. Anybody want to have any of those considered individually before I read the whole thing? I don't see any request for that, so I will read it now. It is resolved the council received the 2022 annual audited financial statements and the council approved the reserve transfers as detailed in the 2022 reserve and reserve funds. 2, that council received the 2023 annual drinking water system update report and Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks inspection report for information. 3, that council received the 2024 federal delegations report for information. 4, that council received the 2023 council remuneration report for information. 5, that council directs staff to permit the Huron Shores ATV Club to install wayfinding signage in locations and in a matter approved by the manager of public works. And 6, the council adopt an appointment repealing bylaw. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Grace, seconded by Councillor Halpin. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. Now we'll move on to item 9, which is a report of municipal officers and committees. And there is a staff report to amend the location for the 2024 council meetings. It's recommended or resolved that the 2024 council meeting calendar be amended to change the location to 620 Tomlinson Drive, Port Elgin from April 15th, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davinsky. I should note for the information of the public that 620 Tomlinson Drive is the NII building just across the street from the municipal complex. And of course, the reason why we are moving there is because this space is going to come under construction. How fitting that the very last public council meeting in this chamber will go on till 11:30 at night. I actually think that some of the very first council meetings that occurred in this chamber went on this late as well. So we'll say goodbye to the old chamber and look forward to the new one. So with that, I'll ask, well, is there questions or comments? Sorry. If not, then I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. And then item 12 is a confirmatory bylaw. It's resolved that bylaw 30, 2024 being a bylaw. Did I miss something? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Item 11, bylaws. We have one bylaw there, bylaw 29, 2024, and it's resolved that bylaw 29, 2024 is hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 8th day of April, 2024. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Davinsky, seconded by Halpin. Questions or comments? Councillor Stack.
And apologies, I had a question from a constituent earlier today, just around, from a process perspective, why we're repealing the bylaws that appointed, made appointments of officers and employees.
Oh, sorry, the clerk.
Almost got a promotion there. Thank you through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So in the previous council meeting, there was a report that provided some information as to why we were doing this. But really what it is, when it comes to positions that are directors for the town, they are not statutory positions. They do not require a bylaw in order for them to fulfill their functions in the municipality. This also aligns with the authority and responsibility of the CAO per the appointment bylaw that council adopted when they were originally hired.
CAO wants to make an addition to.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, what I would just add is that in what we're doing here at the town of Saugeen Shores is really trying to take a look at our processes and find places where we can minimize, for lack of better words, because it's almost 11:30 at night, the amount of process in it. So the exercise of creating bylaws for appointments where they weren't required was creating a paperwork piece for our clerk's department that we're just saying we could better address and better use their time.
Yeah, I think it's just important. I'll just clarify that, so council has delegated the authority to the CAO to determine the employment of all employees below the position of CAO. So that work happens throughout the administration. People are hired by the CAO. In some specific cases where a person who's been hired as a statutory role to play, like the clerk or the treasurer or others, then by provincial law, council has to give them that statutory authority. So we do that. But in cases where we have employees who do not have a statutory role to play, we have also been passing bylaws, which is just an additional step, which is not required by law. And by not doing it, it doesn't change anything about how they're hired or how they're or that process at all. So it's really just to save a procedural step. Councillor Stack.
Yeah, so just for clarity, I'm not challenging why we're putting the bylaw in place. I think my question and the question from the constituent is why are we repealing previous bylaws to appoint specific individuals? That's the question. And is it just to ensure that there's no confusion, or does this bylaw allow for those appointments? Is a retrospective application of to those appointments? That's, I think, the question I'm asking.
Okay. Is there, the CAO?
Sure. Yes, you answered the question. It's retrospective, like we're just doing a housekeeping of that piece.
Okay, last question, and then I'll put it there because I'm sure this will be a comment. Like I wasn't at the meeting, so this shame on me for not being in attendance. I'm just trying to understand. So in future, if we pass a bylaw that's prospective, but there are bylaws previously passed that, like, are we supposed to repeal every bylaw that precedes a new bylaw? That's, I think, the question.
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So yes, generally speaking, what will happen is, let's hope 10 years down the road, new clerk, right? And it's going to, at that point, would repeal the bylaw that appointed me, for example. And that is that's the normal process that gets done in the bylaw that was put forward before council. It's ensuring that any of the predecessors for the directors have also been repealed as well.
Okay, so the bylaws we're repealing are just for people. Okay, you know what? I'll just ask the question offline because it's not worth wasting or delaying this meeting, but I'm still not clear on the answer, just for clarity.
Well, I also received a question from a constituent over the weekend about it, so I answered the question that I received, I guess, there rather than your question, so apologies for that. Councillor Helpman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in cases like this, the first question I like to ask, and I did ask, how many other municipalities are doing this the same way we are? And this is very much the case with this, correct? We are just joining what the vast majority of other municipalities are doing.
Yes, that's correct.
Out of efficiency. Thank you.
Like the County of Bruce is one I'm involved in that operates this way. Yeah, Councillor Stack.
Yeah, just for clarity, just feel like I have to reiterate this. I'm not disagreeing with the bylaw itself. I have a very simple question that I just don't think I'm communicating well about what I'm asking. I don't have an issue with the repeal. I'm just curious as to the practice.
No, and I'm sure staff will.
Thank you.
I'm sure staff will give you whatever information you need. Okay, so that one I haven't had a vote on yet, I don't think, so I'll ask all in favor of that. That's carried. And then the confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw 30/2024, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read a first, second, and third time, finally passed and sealed this 8th day of April 2024. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Grace, seconded by Halpin. All in favor? That's carried. And finally, there's a resolution of this regular council meeting of April 8th, 2024, hereby adjourns at 11:30 p.m. Davinsky and the Deputy Mayor, all in favor? All right, council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.